परमव्ययम् अमृतं ब्रह्म निर्वाणं पर्यायै शान्तिरुच्यते। शुद्धसत्त्वसमाधानं सत्या बुद्धिश्च नैष्टिकी विचये पुरुषस्योक्ता निष्ठा च परमर्षिणां। तत्र शरीरं नाम चेतनाधिष्ठानभूतं पञ्चमहाभूतविकारसमुदायात्मकं समयोगवाहि। यदा ह्यस्मिन् शरीरे धातवो वैषम्यमापद्यन्ते तदा क्लेशं विनाशं वा प्राप्नोति। वैषम्यगमनं हि पुनर्धातूनां वृद्धिह्रासगमन आकास्नेन प्रकृत्या च।
कार्त्स्नेन शरीरवृद्धिकरस्त्वमे भावा भवन्ति
तद्यथा कालयोगः स्वभावसंसिद्धिः आहारसौष्ठवम् अविघातश्चेति। बलवृद्धिकरास्तु इमे भावा भवन्ति तद्यथा बलवत्पुरुषे देशे जन्म बलवत्पुरुषे काले च सुखश्च कालयोगः बीजक्षेत्रगुणसम्पच्च आहारसम्पच्च शरीरसम्पच्च सात्म्यसम्पच्च सत्त्वसम्पच्च स्वभावसंसिद्धिश्च यौवनं च कर्म च संहर्षश्चेति। आहारपरिणामकरास्तु इमे भावा भवन्ति तद्यथा ऊष्मा वायुः क्लेदः स्नेहः कालः समयोगश्चेति। तत्र तु खल्वेषाम् ऊष्मादीनाम् आहारपरिणामकराणां भावानाम् इमे कर्मविशेषा भवन्ति तद्यथा ऊष्मा पचति वायुरपकर्षति क्लेदः शैथिल्यमापादयति स्नेहो मार्दवं जनयति कालः पर्याप्तिम् अभिनिवर्तयति। समयोगस्तु येषां परिणामधातु साम्यकरः सम्पद्यते। पंचेन्द्रियाणि
स्थानानि
तद्यथा त्वक् जिह्वा नासिका अक्षिणी कर्णौ च। पंचबुद्धीन्द्रियाणि तद्यथा स्पर्शनं रसनं घ्राणं दर्शनं श्रोत्रम् इति। पंचकर्मेन्द्रियाणि तद्यथा हस्तौ पादौ पायुः उपस्थः जिह्वा चेति। हृदयं चेतनाधिष्ठानमेकं। दश प्राणायतनानि तद्यथा मूर्धा कंठः हृदयं नाभिः गुदं बस्तिः ओजः शुक्रं शोणितं मांसम् इति। तेषु षट्पूर्वाणि मर्मसङ्ख्यातानि। पंचदश कोष्ठाङ्गानि तद्यथा नाभिश्च हृदयं च क्लोम च यकृच्च प्लीहा च वृक्कौ च बस्तिश्च पुरुषाधारश्च आमाशयश्च पक्वाशयश्च उत्तरगुदं च अधरगुदं च क्षुद्रान्तं च स्थूलान्तं च वपावहनं चेति। तत्र यद्विशेषतः स्थूलं स्थिरं मूर्तिमद् गुरुखर कठिनम् अङ्गं नखा अस्ति दंत मांस चर्म वर्चः केशश्मश्रु लोम कंडरादि तत्पार्थिवं गंधो घ्राणं च। यद् द्रव सर मंद स्निग्धं मृदु पिच्छिलं रस रुधिर वसा पित्त मूत्र स्वेदादि तदाप्यं रसो रसनं च। यत् पित्तम् ऊष्मा च यो या च भाः शरीरे तत्सर्वम् आग्नेयं रूपं दर्शनं च। यद् उच्छ्वास प्रश्वास उन्मेष निमेष आकुञ्चन प्रसारण गमन प्रेरण धारणादि तद्वायवीयं स्पर्शः स्पर्शनं च। यद्विविक्तं यदुच्यते महान्ति च अणूनि श्रोतांसि तदन्तरिक्षं शब्दः श्रोत्रं च। यत् प्रयोक्तृ तत्प्रधानं बुद्धिर्मनश्च इति। शरीरावयव संख्या यथा स्थूलभेदेन अवयवानां निर्दिष्टा। न खलु केवलम् एतदेव कर्म वर्णवैशेष्यकरं भवति अपि तु तेजो धातुरपि उदक अन्तरिक्ष धातुप्रायो अवदात वर्णकरो भवति। पृथ्वी वायु धातुप्रायः कृष्णवर्णकरः समसर्वधातुप्रायः श्यामवर्णकरः। गर्भोपघातकरास्तु इमे भावा भवन्ति तद्यथा उत्कट विषम कठिनासन सेविन्या वातमूत्र पुरुष वेगानुपरुन्धत्या दारुण अनुचित व्यायाम सेविन्या तीक्ष्णोष्ण अतिमात्र सेविन्याः प्रमिताशन सेविन्या गर्भो म्रियते अंतकुक्षेः अकाले वा स्रंसते शोषी वा भवति तथा अभिघात प्रपीडनैः श्वभ्रकूप प्रपात देश अवलोकनैः वाभीक्ष्णं मातुः प्रपतत्यकाले गर्भः तथा अतिमात्र संक्षोभिभिर्यानैर्यानेन अप्रिय अतिमात्र श्रवणैर्वा शरीरं चिन्त्यते सर्वं देवमानुष सम्पदा सर्वभावैर्यतस्तस्मात् शरीरं स्थानमुच्यते इत्यग्निवेश कृते तन्त्रे चरक प्रतिसंस्कृते चरक संहितायां विद्यमाने शारीरस्थानं सम्पूर्णम्। the organizing committee, I invite Dr. Srivatsa sir and Dr. Arhan sir to take over the session.
Namaste. Good morning. How are you all? Thank you. Shall we start? Hope all of you are ready. Yes. So whatever we discussed yesterday, whatever we studied yesterday, so today we will start with the practical approach for the same. Then we will move ahead. Okay, so I'll go on giving few instructions for you. So you should follow those instructions, which is very important one. Okay? Yes. Sit straight. Keep your back erect. Keep your eyes closed. Observe your breathing. Observe the breathing. Try to listen organized sound now onwards. ब्रह्मदक्षाश्वि रुद्रेन्द्र भूचन्द्रार्क अनिलानलाः ऋषयः सौषधिग्रामा भूतसङ्घश्च पान्तु ते रसायनमिव ऋषीणाम् देवानाम् अमृतम् यथा सुधैवोत्तम नागानाम् सुधैव उत्तम नागानाम् भैषज्यम् इदमस्तु ते भैषज्यमिदम् अस्तु ते भैषज्यमिदमस्तु ते भैषज्यम् इदमस्तु ते Feel the organized sound. try to perceive the sound which is conducive for you. Try to feel the sound which is acceptable for you. Try to feel the sound which is your favorite one. Feel the sound which is your inner voice. Now you are trying to feel your favorite touch. Feel that touch which gives you security. Feel that touch which gives you comfort. Feel that touch which gives you satisfaction. Have the Samayoga of Sparsha. Now you are visualizing your favorite object. You are seeing the beautiful mountain. You are seeing the blossoming flower. You are looking into water that is falling. You are watching beautiful sky. You are seeing rising sun. You are feeling the Samayoga of Rupa. Let us try to have the feel of our favorite taste, our favorite dish. You are relishing with the dish which gives you satisfaction. You are relishing with the food which gives you satiety. You are relishing with the food which gives you health. Feel the Samayoga of Rasa. Let us try to smell our favorite fragrance. Recall the fragrance which is your choice. Feel that fragrance. You are experiencing the Samayoga of Gandha. The manas is fed with Samayoga of Shabda, Sparsha, Rupa, Rasa, Gandha. Panchamano arthas are in organized way. the positive food perceived through indriyas is normalizing dhi, dhriti, smriti. You are at the level of tranquility now. Observe yourself. Observe your breathing. Have the feeling of relaxation. Rub your palms. Keep the palms on your eyes. Gently open your eyes. I have not given further instructions. I didn't ask anyone to talk, right? It's so difficult to sit quiet, isn't it? You have to learn it. That is very important one, which is very essential one for you all also. Because we are in an era of everything which is of short term. So there is need to focus on long term. Long term memory is very essential for everything. So you should get tuned well for that, which is very important to have proper jnanam. Well, how are you all? Did you understand why we did this? Did you get it? In between what I told, what I mentioned, hope all of you perceived it. All of you followed it. Yesterday we were talking about the same, right? In Sharirasthana first chapter, we talked about different sutras. We talked about Samayoga, we talked about Manoartha, we talked about Mano Vishaya, everything. So in that context, I mentioned that we will have some practical approach later, right? So that's why I made you to experience this. Hope you experienced. If you are not experienced anything, then there is need to check your status, and you should rectify the mistakes whatever you have. You should rectify the mindset whatever you have, which is very important one. Without Samayoga, it's not possible for us to move ahead. Hope all of you are fine. Hope all the boys are fine. Okay, thank you. So yesterday we discussed about a few prakaranas of Charaka Samhita Sharirasthana. 5 prakaranas we completed yesterday, right? So let us move ahead regarding further prakaranas mentioned in Sharirasthanam. So the next one is the association between Shariram as well as Manas, which we are supposed to know. This is very important component which is neglected to the utmost. Nowadays we are in an era of technology wherein we neglect the role and relevance of Manas at different levels. So there is need to consider this one, which is very important one. If we want to be healthy, our mindset should be very appropriate one. During disease condition also, our mindset will be disturbed. Sattva is disturbed, which we all know. So even though we might be suffering from common cold, at that point of time also, we will have mental agitation. We will not be able to focus on the studies. We will not be able to focus on different activities. That itself shows the strong association between Sharira as well as Manas. So this mechanism has to be known well. Yesterday also we discussed about this in extensive way, isn't it? So for Garbhadharanam also, knowing this Manas as well as the Sharira Vyapara is very important one. For the maintenance of health also, knowing the Mano Sharira Vyapara is very important one. So that Prakarana has been mentioned in Sharira Sthana extensively, and we should give utmost importance for this. So we have to realize this. Many times whenever we manage various diseases, even though the disease might be restricted to Shariram, we feel like that, but certainly there will be affliction of Manas also. While managing, we should consider both the components very properly, and the management has to be done. I mean to say, the comprehensive management has to be followed, which is very important one. So the next prakarana which is highlighted in Sharira Sthana is psychosomatism, which is applicable for both swasthyam as well as vikara prashamanam. So moving on to the next prakarana, this will be dealt in detail as we are going to study about the 5th chapter of Sharira Sthanam today. Yesterday also I mentioned it repeatedly. There is need to focus on this. As I already said, we are restricting our studies exclusively based on technology. So if we utilize only technology to study Ayurveda, our study will be incomplete or our study will be partial. So always we should get tuned with universe, which is very important one. We should follow Dinacharya properly, we should follow Rutucharya properly, we should know what's going on in the universe, we should know on which we are dependent on the universe. So when we look into all the phenomena of universe, then studying, learning Ayurveda will be very appropriate. This is what we are supposed to sense. One simple example I'll give you, then you will understand everything so easily. So all of you have studied the concept of Srotas, right? Hope all of you know, all of you are having Srotas. Boys, hope you have Srotas. Thank you. So when you studied about the concept of Srotas, you come across with a particular term called as Moolam. Isn't it? In Sharira Kriya Vijnanam, you studied about the Srotas from the perspective of Moolam. What is Moola? What is meant by Moolam? So you already studied about different moolas for different srotas, right? So if you want to know what moolam is, you should know what root is. You already studied your botany subject, right? Hope all of you know what botany is. Huh? Abba. Ayurveda, if you don't know the definition of Ayurveda, okay, but you should tell that you studied botany, which is very important. So, every plant is having its own root system. Yes or no? No doubt. Okay? So, there are so many varieties of roots, right? It might be taproot, it might be adventitious root, it might be aerial root. There are many forms of, there are various modifications in root also, isn't it? So when you understand, the topic will be dealt in detail later, because today we are going to study about that 5th chapter. The next very important prakarana which has been mentioned in Charaka Samhita Sharira Sthana is intellectual realization. I mean to say, all of us, we have buddhi. Hope so. Boys? Abba. So all of them, they have buddhi. Very nice. So knowing buddhi, what it is, what are the limitations of buddhi, how to realize buddhi, how to know buddhi, how to enhance buddhi, that has been presented throughout Sharira Sthanam, which is very important one. So this buddhi, the development and initiation of buddhi starts from Garbha, as we all know. That's why that much of importance has been given for buddhi, which we are supposed to know. If there is a defect, it leads to vyadhi, and we are supposed to rectify the same. Prajna, prajnaparadha, and many more. So different layers of buddhi, different derivatives of buddhi, different components of buddhi are explained in Sharirasthana, as buddhi plays pivotal role in maintenance of swasthyam and also in the management of vyadhi. So that is also explained in Sharirasthana 5th chapter. You will be studying that in detail shortly. Well, this I already told you, we summarized it also earlier. I have just mentioned it to highlight from the context of Prakarana here. Life is a phenomena which is having different steps, which is having different phases. There are 5 important phases in life. So there are few factors which initiate life. We call them as hetu. Okay, life will be initiated, we call it as utpatti. Life progresses, we call it as vriddhi. Life attains the stage of declining, we call it as upaplava. So finally the process of life ends, we call it as viyoga. So the whole phenomena of life has been touched throughout Sharirasthana. It doesn't mean that it's only talking about Garbhodpatti, no. It speaks up to death, which we are supposed to know. Today we have 4 more chapters wherein we come across with all such descriptions which we are supposed to know. So phenomena of life has been touched here, and that is a very important prakaranam of Sharirasthanam. We have few interesting components in Ayurveda which we are supposed to know. I have mentioned 2 words there. Both are holism. Spelling is different, right? Can anyone tell what the difference is between the 2 terms I have mentioned there? You people, you studied English language, right? I am not asking any question related with Ayurveda. So now you have to tell what that HOLISM is, what the WHOLISM is. First one speaks about the sanctity. Second one speaks about completeness, as per my limited knowledge of English. You are masters, shortly you completed, isn't it? Up to 12th you studied English language, okay. So then you should tell, is it correct? So first one, it speaks about sanctity. So we are speaking about sanctity here. Sharirasthana is the representation of sanctity. Sharirasthanam is the representation of completeness. So that is evident in the definition of Shariram, which has been mentioned in 6th chapter. So there itself we get the description. So both should be there for the life, otherwise life will not progress further. So that's why utmost importance for holism and holism has been provided. So it is complete in nature and it is having its own sanctity. So we should realize it, which is very essential one. So if consuming nurtures all the components of Sharira based on Guna Siddhanta, Vyadhi, which we are going to manage through Aushadha, will be cured again based on Guna Siddhanta. Vyadhi getting manifested because of the consumption of Nidanas, which can be understood again through the concept of Guna Siddhanta. So you are getting exposed to all these components now onwards. So you should realize it. The concept with its application has been mentioned in Sharirasthanam. So this is another prakarana which we get in Sharirasthanam. Moving on to the next one, later also we are going to talk about this one. There is no question of studying anything in fraction in Ayurveda. So we study everything in toto. That we have to realize, which is very important one. Ayurveda has been designed and explained based on the concept of Ayu. So how Ayu has to be studied, how Ayu plays major role in every component, that is highlighted in Sharirasthanam. We are going to discuss about this in detail because today we are studying even 6th chapter also. So in that context this point comes. So this is another, that is a 12th prakaranam of Sharirasthanam. So these points we are going to discuss in detail later. So that's why I am not going to touch them. Yes. This also we are going to study later. But let me highlight the prakarana which should be known, because we are talking about prakaranas of Sharirasthanam. So that's why you should know this. Our study related with biology has crossed cytology nowadays. As I already mentioned yesterday also, we are reached up to the level of energy. We speak in terms of energy nowadays. But Ayurveda speaks to the highest, minutest level, which is very important one, which is explained in Sharira Sankhya Shariram. We are going to study that later. So the minutest component of human being has been narrated, has been explained from the point of Panchamahabhutas, from the point of Paramanu, in Charaka Samhita Sharirasthana, which we are supposed to realize and which we are supposed to know. Then, this point yesterday we already discussed about, but still I should highlight this particular point. For every human being, having progeny should not be accidental, it should be optional. That's very important one. Yesterday also I mentioned this one. Throughout Charaka Samhita, how a person can have quality progeny, what measures to be followed to have positive progeny, that has been explained throughout. This is the need of our, and you will have utmost scope in this area nowadays. You have to realize this, you have to educate the people, you have to educate the public, which is very essential one. So to have healthy progeny, to have quality progeny, what has to be done, that is mentioned throughout Charaka Samhita Sharirasthanam. Okay, so this is 14th prakarana, which is evident, which is present there. Few components are getting utmost importance nowadays. As I mentioned yesterday also, we talk about genetics only from the context, only from the purview view of principles of chemistry and principles of biology. But for us, in the field of Ayurveda, the concepts of genetics are blended with the concept of psyche, which is very important one. This is what we are supposed to know always. What they started talking nowadays as epigenetics and all, that has been mentioned, that has been dealt with, that has been explored long back, but unfortunately we are not giving importance for that one at all. So the association between Bija Bhaga, Sattva of parents, and the influence of Sattva of parents on the progeny, that has been explored and explained and expanded very appropriately in Charaka Samhita, which we are supposed to know. I mean to say the psychological status of parents, grandparents influences, affects the progeny, which we are supposed to realize always. So there is need to rectify at that level also whenever they are planning to have the progeny. So the association between psyche as well as genetics, that has been specifically mentioned in Charaka Samhita Sharirasthana. This is what we are seriously supposed to know. We are seriously supposed to work on for the betterment of future quality generation. So these are all important prakaranas, major prakaranas, which we get in Charaka Samhita Sharirasthana. So we discussed majorly 15 prakaranas, selected prakaranas. There are many sub prakaranas are also there, but 15 important prakaranas we discussed till now. Okay, so next we will move ahead regarding what all the techniques we can incorporate to study and to understand Sharirasthanam. Since yesterday we have done many techniques already, but still there are classical techniques, classical methodologies which we are supposed to know and which we are supposed to implement to understand Sharirasthanam. That we will discuss later. Okay, if you have any doubt, you can ask. Any confusion, any doubt? Nothing. Okay. Dr. Arhant will continue with 5th chapter of Sharirasthana now onwards. Open your chat GPT. Open your chat GPT. Did you open? Yes. Now pose the question. Can chat GPT teach Charaka Samhita Sharirasthana? Can chat GPT teach Charaka Samhita Sharirasthana? Answer is, tell loudly. Yes, chat GPT can. Boys, did you get answer? Yes, okay. So now, second question, pose the question. Can chat GPT alone teach Charaka Samhita Sharirasthana? Can chat GPT alone? Options, move further. Options, you are getting many options, you are getting many layers of options, right? Yes or no? It is ambiguous. It is creating a lot of confusion now for you all. Are you getting the difference? Wherein you are in need of human intelligence, you are in need of the support of human intelligence, which is very important one. Okay? We are having two forms of intelligence these days, right? One is human intelligence, another one is, thank you, so confidently she is telling, another one is AI. Which one is superior? Boys, no answer from girls. We have two forms of intelligence, one is AI, another one is HI. So which one is superior? Are you sure? But AI is ruling you, no? Don't you think you are the slaves of AI? No? Confidently you can tell? You are confident that you will be able to utilize HI properly? The limitation we have to realize, it's very important one. We are becoming slaves of AI and we are forgetting about HI. There is need to focus on HI very seriously. If we forget that, just like appendix, HI will become a vestigial component of human being. Do you want to convert your HI into a vestigial component? Bedwa? Then you have to sharpen your intelligence, which is very important one. That comes when you are involving in every activity actively, that is very essential one. So you have to learn it, you have to realize it, then only you will have progress in HI. Otherwise, we will spend our life by becoming slave of AI. That's why I mentioned Buddhi earlier, which you are supposed to realize and which you are supposed to know. Okay, so with this we will move on to the next one. Why I have given this introduction means the 5th chapter highlights the same. We come across with Buddhi, we come across with Shuddha Sattva, we come across with Satya Buddhi. Many such components are coming into picture now. So that's why I just asked that question. So with this, over to Dr. Arhant for the 5th chapter.
ಯಾವುದು ಇಲ್ಲ. Very good morning. Yeah. So one of the interesting chapter in Sharirasthana is the fifth chapter, that is Purusha Vichayam Shariram. So now let's go through with in detail of this particular chapter. So before that, while reading Charaka Samhita, certain eligibility is there, is required. So as and when we grow in different levels in our lives, so we will be getting to understand various aspects of Charaka Samhita. So now it may be irrelevant for you some of the concepts. As and when you grow different levels, physically when you get matured enough, certain aspects of Charaka Samhita will be unveiled properly. Likewise, when you develop intellectually, when you develop emotionally, psychologically and spiritually. So as per your maturity, the concepts of Charaka Samhita will be unveiled for you. So this particular chapter, Purusha Vichayam Shariram, is requires a different level of maturity, especially emotional, spiritual and psychological maturity is required. So mere having physical maturity, sometimes it will not be yielding what exactly they intended to explain. Yeah. So thereby I am making a disclaimer in the first itself that, so out of 150 or 200 sitting here, so for only few of you it will be making a sense. For most of you it will not make sense, because it is, the limitation is there. Okay, fine. With this disclaimer, let's go through with this. Yeah. So this Purusha Vichayam Shariram, so already what is the concept explained here? What is the concept? I think seniors can say, yeah, Loka Purusha Samya Siddhanta, isn't it? That you have been already introduced in first BAMS. That you have been already introduced in first BAMS Padartha Vignan, isn't it? So my job is easy enough. So now I can ask, what is that Loka Purusha Samya Siddhanta? What does it mean? The things which are present in Loka, it is there in Sharira also. On the other way, whatever present in the Sharira, it is there in the Loka also. Yeah, I can give you examples. Can you give few examples? Also comprising of Panchamabhuta. Then examples. Let's see few short videos. Hope you might have seen that particular video in your first year BAMS. Whether audio comes? Audio ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ರೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಆನ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. It's okay. You can understand without the audio also. Without the audio, you can understand. ಹಿಡ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಡ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಅದು ಹೋಗಿ Another video similar to this.
Foods that look like our body parts. First, mushroom. Ever sliced a mushroom in half? It kind of looks like a human ear. And guess what? Mushrooms are actually good for your ears. Next, grapes. A bunch of grapes looks just like the tiny air sacs in our lungs called alveoli. And eating grapes helps keep your lungs strong and healthy. Next, carrots. If you cut a carrot into circles, the inside looks just like an eye. And yes, carrots are known for boosting your eyesight. Next, walnuts. Take a close look. They look just like your brain. Also, walnuts are awesome for brain power and memory. Next, kidney beans. These beans look just like human kidneys, and they're great for keeping your kidneys in good shape.
Why? Yeah, in that way you have studied, right? Yeah, kidney bean represents kidney in the body, isn't it? Carrot represents eyes, isn't it? Then grapes represent alveoli. Okay, then what else? Walnut represents brain, isn't it? Lokapurusha Samya, isn't it? Is this the way Charaka Samhita has mentioned Lokapurusha Samya? Huh? No, isn't it? It is quite different. It is quite different. So what is the purpose of Lokapurusha Samya? Can anyone say? Yeah? No? See, the level of maturity is required. So Lokapurusha Samya is said from the point of getting moksha. So now, how many of us ready to get or aspire to get moksha? Oh, very good. 10 members at least. Yeah. For them, this chapter makes sense. So for rest of them, as their life objective is not to get moksha, so this chapter does not make that much sense. So that is what here the context is all about moksha. So now you may get a question, why all of a sudden that moksha context has come in Sharirasthana? Huh? Okay, why all of a sudden after Garbha? So in the previous chapter is Mahati Garbhavakranti, isn't it? So where stage wise development of Garbha, isn't it? So all of a sudden why Purusha Vichaya where they are talking about moksha? Yeah. So it is context is there in 4th chapter. Let us go through with 4th chapter. Yeah. Fourth chapter, 13th shloka. 4th chapter, 13th shloka. Context is about development of Garbha based upon Panchamahabhuta. Context is about development of Garbha based upon Panchamahabhuta. So in the context of Panchamahabhuta, one particular theory or statement is made that, so the development, Garbha development according to Panchamahabhuta will be happening just similar to the Loka. Because Loka is also Panchamahabhuta. So likewise, inside also there is Panchamahabhuta. So the development of both the things will be similar. That particular concept has been put forward. And the same thing is further explored in 5th chapter, that's it. So we can say that Purusha Vichayam Shariram is the extension of Mahati Garbhavakranti Adhyaya. It is not separate, it is the extension of the 4th chapter itself. So thereby, see there, shloka number 13, Evamayam Loka Sammita Purushaha Yavanto hi loke murtimanto bhava vishesha stavantaha purushe yavantaha purushe tavanto loke iti buddhastvevam drashtumichanti. Very, very important. Buddhastvevam drashtumichanti. See there in the commentary, last part of the commentary, Buddhaha samyak jnanavantaha moksha yukta iti yavat. See again, it is the context. So those who can, now what we do we feel that whether yourself and the universe are same? Or you feel you both are same? It is quite difficult. It is experiential one, isn't it? So unless and until you feel that you and universe are the same, so you will not get that Loka Purusha Samya. Got it? So that is what the context is. Buddhaha. Buddhaha refers for Samyak Jnanavantaha, those who are intellectually fit enough. So they consider whatever mechanism happening inside the body and the outside the body are same. Got it? Yeah. So with this context we will be going through further. So in the modern terms it can be addressed in various terms, that is law of correspondence, principle of homology, law of universal reflection, principle of human cosmic unity, theory of cosmic reflection, biocosmic system model, etc. Different names we can give. Okay. Now let us go through with the chapter name, why it is Purusha Vichaya. Purusha Vichaya. Purusha is here, yeah, Purusha here it is, Purusha is here human, especially self. So Vichaya refers for, it is the analysis and classification. Analysis and classification of various aspects of human life, various components of human life is nothing but it is Purusha Vichayam Shariram. Okay. Yeah. Now before going to the example, let us go through with the three important principles of this Purusha Vichayam Shariram, which is put forwarded. As you all know, it is Purusho Ayam Loka Sammita. Sammita refers for, it is correspondence or similar. Tulyaha, that means it is similar. So Loka and the Purusha are similar. The second concept is Yavanto hi loke murtimanto bhava vishesha stavantaha purushe yavantaha purushe tavanto loke. Similar tangible entities. So I can't expect similar does not mean that the exactly matching. For example, stone is there outside, rocks are there outside. Can I expect the same rock to be there inside the body? No. So similar tangible, wherever comparable, analyzable aspects are there, so those things are there inside the body. So we should not consider that everything which is there just similar to that, inside it is there. No, it cannot happen. It cannot happen. This is the second one. And third one is aparisankyaha lokavayava visheshaha purushavayava vishesha api aparisankyaha. So how many components are there in the human body? It is innumerable. It is innumerable. So Sharira is made up of, in modern terms you can say it is cell. Now you can say it is genes, proteins, etc. Now we can say. But in Ayurveda we will be telling in terms of Paramanu and Pudgala. Isn't it? Now if I ask you a question, how many Paramanu are there inside the body? Innumerable. So outside the body also the Paramanus are innumerable. Inside the body also it is innumerable. So we should not make an attempt to enlist those all things number wise. Okay. So these are the three important principles of Loka Purusha Samya. Now, so there are two levels in this. Two levels in Loka Purusha Samya Siddhanta. The first level, it is quite easy to understand. Second level, it is more than understanding, it is experiencing. It is experiential aspect. So Charaka Samhita is such kind of a text which should be experienced, not only read and left as it is. So the modern anatomical text, B.D. Chaurasya and all, and other textbooks of pathology. So you can read, you can't adapt it. But this is not such kind of a textbook. Here whatever you read, that can be adopted. That can be experienced. The second level is related with experience rather than it is understanding. Okay, fine. Let us go with the first level that you all know. You have studied in the first year itself. For our convenience, our analysis, so whatever the comparisons given between the Loka and Purusha in the text, which is the shloka number in the 5th chapter. Yad shloka number example? Shloka number 5. Various examples they have been given. For our understanding, I have made it into 3 components. It is not completely there in the text, but its clue has been given in chapter number 4. So keep that particular chapter number 5's reference. Meanwhile, go through with chapter number 4. The same shloka, whatever we have read previously. Shloka number 13. Shloka number 13 of 4th chapter. In between यत्तु आध्यात्मिकं लोकपुरुषयोः साम्यं पुरुषविषये वक्तव्य तद् अपि इह अनुक्तमपि यावन्तो हि इत्यादि विशेष अभिधानेन सूचितं ज्ञेयम् तेन यावन्तो भाव विशेष आध्यात्मिक अंतरात्मिक सत्व अहंकारादयो भौतिक व मूर्तिक्लेदादयः. See, there are the classifications they have given: आध्यात्मिक, अधिभौतिक and अधिदैविक. So Adhyatmika, Adhibhautika refers for Bhauta, Bhuta refers for Bhuta. Basically what Bhuta is? No, Bhuta means what? Bhuta means that which is existing. So usually that which is existing we can see, isn't it? That which is existing we can see. So those components become Adhibhautika component. The second component, second set of components are Adhidaivika components. So they cannot be seen, but they can be externally experienced. Externally experienced. And the third component is Adhyatmika component. Adhyatmika component, wherein it is the internal component most of the time we will not be unaware of it, even though it is existing inside. So let us go through with one by one. So those adhibhautika, adhidevika and adhyatmika components. First one is adhibhautika, where see in the loka it is Prithvi. In Purusha it is Murti. Murti means it is the entire appearance, yeah, physical existence. Apa, outside, inside it is Kleda. It includes all body fluids. It may be Rakta, it may be Rasa, Shukra, whatever it may be. Everything comes under Kleda. Teja, outside, inside it is Abhisantapa or Santapa. Next, Vayu, outside, Prana, inside, then Viyat, outside, Sushira, inside. So these are the physical components we can directly experience, we can see, isn't it? Yeah. Now let us go to the next level, Adhidaivika. So here what I said is we cannot see, but we can experience. We can't directly witness, but we can experience. For example, Aditya outside, Adana inside. Can we experience? Yeah, we can experience, but we can't see. We can experience. Rudra outside, Rosha inside. Soma outside, Prasada inside. Then Vasavaha, Vasu outside, Sukha inside. Sukha can be experienced, isn't it? Cannot be seen. Then Ashwinau outside, Kanti inside. Then Vishwadeva outside, Sarva Indriyani, Sarva Indriyascha inside. So these are the components which can be experienced but cannot be seen physically. Yeah. This is the second set. And the third set is Adhyatmika component. So Adhyatmika components are the internal components where we will not be come to know about its existence, but it will be there. So such kind of higher level of components. Brahma outside, Antaratma inside. Whether Antaratma is understood? No, but it is there. It is there. Brahma Vibhuti outside, Sattva inside. Indra outside, Ahankara inside. So Marut is outside, Utsaha inside. Tama is outside, Moha is inside. Jyoti is outside, Jnana is inside. So these are the different higher levels of components. Its existence is not experienced, but it will be there. It will be there. Yeah. Okay. And the next set is the set related with Kala. So it is applicable for everything in all the times. In all the times. So this is Loka Sarga. That is the origin of the Loka is compared with Garbhadhana. Krita Yuga is Balya. Treta Yuga Yavana. Dwapara Yuga Stavirya. Kali Yuga Aturya or Atura Avastha or Roga Avastha. Then Yuganta, it is a mistake, Yuganta Yuga it has become. Yuganta, it is Marana. So this is the process. So it applicable for all the components. Outside also, inside also. It applicable invariably, it applicable for everything. So here it is the Kala. See, these are the list of only few components of the body. They have already said it is aparisankheya. But for our understanding, for the understanding of students, so it is listed. Okay. So this is level 1 of Loka Purusha Samya. So now you may get a question. Sir, what are those components? How we can understand? we can understand outside the body, Prithvi, Apa, Teja, Vayu, we can understand outside the body, isn't it? In Loka we can see. Then how to understand that this Aditya, Rudra, then Soma, Vasava, Ashwinav, how to understand it? Whether these are the personalities or what? If they are the personality, are they existing today or not? They are the components of Loka, isn't it? So what it is exactly? So in Vedas, so these different personalities, respective suktas they have mentioned, but actually they are talking about various process of the Loka, various phenomena that is happening in the Loka. Not exactly, we have given a personification for that process. One of the example if I want to give is this. This process, have you seen this process? What is this? Where is sun? Sun is not there, sun is not seen here. Aditya illa illi. Aditya consider Aditya illa. Light matra kanastade alva. So usually during sunset and sunrise, usually this phenomena is seen, isn't it? So this phenomena is named and personified. So this phenomena is named as Ashwinav. This is Ashwinav, morning and evening. Ashwinav. So Ashwinav represents what? Kanti. So Ashwinav outside, Kanti inside. Kanti refers for what? See, for example, one of the example I'll give to you is especially for females. Females are called as lunar women. Females are called as lunar women. So their appearance, their mindset will be changing in accordance to the waxing and waning process of moon. So do you believe it? You experience it, then you believe. You believe. So in one point of time, in your in the whole menstrual cycle, in one point of your time, that is usually it is said during the time of ovulation. During the time of ovulation, all of a sudden a charm, a glow is seen. So have you experienced it? Yeah? So that process of getting glow, all of a sudden some charm, is nothing but Ashwinav. That is Kanti. That process is there. Got it? So don't think these Brahma, Rudra, then Ashwinav as different personalities. Instead it is a process which is happening outside, that is in the Loka. The same process is happening inside the body. Hope you understood. Yeah? This is first level of understanding of Loka Purusha Samya. So what is the outcome here of knowing it? Understanding the Purusha. Understanding the mechanism of Purusha. So how the functioning of Purusha happening, so that we can know by first level of Loka Purusha Samya. Now moving further with the second level, so this is quite interesting. This is quite interesting, and for this you need as I earlier said, it is intellectual, then spiritual maturity. Yeah, shall we move with the intellectual and spiritual level of Lokapurusha Samya? Yeah, okay. Now, in that level I am speaking, in second level I am speaking. So in second level, so Loka and Purusha, whatever we consider level will be slightly changed. It will be slightly changed. So now Purusha refers for what? Purusha refers for here Shadhatu Samyoga. Wherever Shadhatu Samyoga is there, so there it is Purusha. There it is Purusha. So are you a Purusha? Don't take it as male or female. Are you a Purusha? I am asking. Yeah. I am a Purusha. You are also a Purusha because it is Shadhatu Samyoga. Isn't it? Shadhatu Samyoga is there. I think in everyone we are Purushas. So now consider yourself as Purusha alone. Purusha alone. So rest of all of us who are living here becomes Loka for you. So for example, so for me I am Purusha. For me I am Purusha. Whichever outside of me, which are Shadhatu Samyoga I can see outside, so they all become Loka. Got it now? Now for me, who are the Loka? Only you all. Huh? You know? And everything else andre yavadu? Everything else andre yavadu? Huh? Yeah, tree, plants, animals, everything wherever Shadhatu Samyoga is there apart from me becomes Loka. Did you get now? Did you get now? Yeah. So for me, this is the second level of Loka Purusha Samya. For me, it is I am only Purusha. Rest of the things where Shadhatu Samyoga are there, they become Loka. They become Loka. Now, if I want assume that I am desiring for moksha. Now what mindset I should have? So I should think that, so you are also just like me. Me and you both are same. There is no difference between you and me. We both are same. I am you, you are me, both are same. So such kind of level is level 2. There Loka refers for self, Purusha refers for self, Loka refers for all of rest of the living things. Okay? Yeah. With this perspective, let us go through level 2. Yeah, see, who is this now? Purusha. Yeah. Who are they? Loka. Yeah. Next. Who are they? Loka. Okay. Next. What is this? Loka. Got it now? This is the second level. So this is applicable for only moksharthis. Only moksharthis, and also in order to have the conducive environment within and beyond us, so we should go through with developing such kind of mindset. So now what is the purpose? What is the purpose of this level of Loka Purusha Samya? So Satya Buddhi, Yathartha Vishayavabodhatmika Buddhi. So Yathartha Vishaya means as it is, understanding the things as it is. So what is that as it is? So I also have 6 components, Panchamabhuta plus Atma, you also have 6 components, isn't it? So understanding it as it is. So we should not think that I am separate, you are separate, isn't it? Yeah. See, very interesting one. If I consider you as same as me, okay, same as me, whether I'll scold, whether I'll harm you, no, isn't it? So if you consider me as your own part, then do you harm me? No, isn't it? Yeah, that is what the outcome is. Sarvalokam hi atmani pashyato bhavatyatmaiva sukha dukkhayoho karta na anya iti. So you will not be blaming others. So he did like this, she has done like this, she is hurting me, he is hurting me. So no, such kind of questions are not there. So for every problem you feel that you are only the reason. So your existence itself is the reason. So such kind of conclusion you will come to the conclusion. Yeah. So this is the second level of Loka Purusha Samya. Yeah. So further onwards from shloka number, hope you understood it till here. Yeah. Till shloka number 7, sorry, till shloka number 5, it is first level of understanding Loka Purusha Samya. From shloka number 6 to till end, that is from shloka number 6 to shloka number 24, it is level 2 of Loka Purusha Samya. Level 2 of Loka Purusha Samya. Got it? Yeah. So now you have to upgrade yourself. Loka Purusha Samya andre Padartha Vijnanadalli odidashtu matra alla. So this is the higher level of Loka Purusha Samya, what they are intended. Yeah. Now let us go through in brief further. So there are plenty of things from here onwards, everything they have mentioned to experience it. So I am teaching it, but it is not the right way. Method is to experience, but I will be giving few examples. Yeah. So this process of life we have to know. You already know, for our life manifestation one hetu is there, then utpatti happens, then vriddhi, nurturing development happens. In some point of time it is upaplava. Upaplava refers for disease manifestation, or it is aging, and the final process is viyoga or marana. So this everyone know, isn't it? So this, from the point of exams I am saying, so sometimes you will be getting a question named as Hetvadi Panchaka. Hetvadi Panchaka. So you should not get confused with the Vimanasthana's reference, that is 8th chapter. Which Panchaka you have studied? No. In Nidanasthana, Nidana Panchaka. In Vimanasthana you have studied 5 things. Huh? Yaudadu? Pratignya, Hetu, Panchavayava Vakya. You should not get confused with these 3 things. Nidana Panchaka different, Panchavayava Vakya is different, Hetvadi Panchaka is different. So these 3 are mentioned in different sthanas. This is called as Hetvadi Panchaka, the process of human life. So finally ending with Viyoga. Viyoga refers for separation of Panchamabhuta and Atma, or Purusha. Okay. So now I said, for the second level, one has to develop a mindset where one should feel that me and you are same. isn't it? So if you want to develop that, we have to follow certain lifestyle. So quite contrary to that, if you follow a different lifestyle, then till end you will not feel that me and you are same. Okay? So they are pravrittis. They are called as pravrittis. So it is towards bondage. Till this bondage is there, one will not experience that sameness. I and you are same anta avarige ansodilla. So you might, there is joke. So in the deathbed, in a deathbed, a person asks, where is my second child? So someone says it is he went to business, and he will be asking, how is the business in the deathbed? So that means in the deathbed also there is a bondage of business. Business. Okay. So if that bondage is there, then we can't have that level 2 of Lokapurusha Samya. So they are called as Ashtapravrittis. So a long narration they have given in the text, but in short I will be explaining. Ahankara refers for egoism. Till that egoism exists, we can't get that Satya Buddhi. Sangha, too much attachment. Samshaya, doubt. Abhisamplava, confusion. Abhyavapata, impulsiveness. Vipratyaya, misconception. Avishesha, non-discrimination. Anupaya, wrong means. So various examples they have given in the shloka number in the shloka number 10. Yeah, you can go through whenever you find time, or whenever you become eligible for level 2 of understanding Lokapurusha Samya Siddhanta. So when these all things are there, these 8 varieties of lacunae is there within us, we will not be feeling that Lokapurusha Samya. Okay. Few examples I'll be giving. Yeah. What is this? I'm not asking who is this. So can you go through with Ashtapravritti of Shloka 10? Shloka 10 and categorize under any one. Okay, you can relate. More than that, money, such kind of egoism till it exists, so it will not be allowing you to get that Satya Buddhi of Lokapurusha Samya. Next one is atheistic approach. Atheistic approach is samshaya, isn't it? Karma pala, moksha, purusha, pretya bhava. So not believing on these all aspects where Ayurveda asks us to believe those things. So till we do this, yeah, we are not eligible for Lokapurusha Samya. And this one, attachment, sangha. Okay. So yes, next one. Yeah, non-discrimination. What it is? Yes, avishesha. Got it? So if these all 8 aspects are there, different aspects, till it is there, so we will not be getting that Lokapurusha attitude. So if you want to get, if you really want to get that level 2 of Lokapurusha Samya, then shloka number 11 and 12, it is talking about different upayas, nivritti upayas. They have mentioned in the entire shloka many things they have mentioned. It is very difficult to follow all the things. At least few of the things which are listed here we can follow. We can follow, such as Acharya Abhigamana, approaching the teacher and following in accordance with the teacher. Dharma Shastra Anugamana, following our ancient scriptures. Satam Upasanam, associating with noble people. Sarva Pranishu Atmani Avekshya, that is treating all living beings as oneself. Sarva Graha Parityaga, renouncing possessiveness. Then Karya Kalatyabayam, very important for all of us, being mindful of right time for actions. Even after deadline for submitting assignment, so we will not submit our assignments or records, isn't it? So that is what they are saying. Karya Kalatyabayam, that bhaya towards the time must be there. Then Satvotsaha, maintaining courage and enthusiasm throughout. Niyamanam Indriyanam Chetasi, controlling the senses through the mind. So these 8 I have only listed, but there are plenty of things they have given in shloka number 12. So if you want to really get into level 2 of Loka Purusha Samya, these all things need to be followed. What is the outcome of level 2 of Loka Purusha Samya? One is Satya Buddhi, that is Yathartha Jnana. So the real knowledge, real wisdom will be getting to know. And further it is said that Shuddha Sattva Samadhanam Satya Buddhischa. If we get Satya Buddhi, what next? Naishtiki. Naishtiki means it is moksha. So in order to get moksha, we need to get Satya Buddhi. In need to get Satya Buddhi, we need to follow level 2 of Loka Purusha Samya. Hope you understood about this particular chapter, Loka Purusha Samya. With this orientation, you study various aspects they have given in this particular chapter. I have just given a brief note on this particular chapter. So with this, I will step aside. Thank you. If you have any doubts, you can ask. Yeah, I will be available here till evening. So if you have any doubts, you can ask. Thank you.
Namaste. Good morning. Okay. I have written few questions on your board. You have to answer for that question. Okay? My first question is, am I happy? You are not supposed to ask that to me. I am not asking about my status with you. You put that question to yourself and write down the answer. My first question is, am I happy? If yes, no problem. If no, move to the next. What makes and keeps me happy? What makes me happy or what keeps me happy? Write down the answer for that. If you have written the answer, we will move on to the third one. How to get that? What makes you, what keeps you happy? Is it easily available, or you are dependent on something else, or how to get it? Are you putting any effort to get it? That is my third question. Answer for that. It is for yourself, not for me. You have to work it out, which is very important for you. If you work it out well, then whatever that has been taught till now, Satya, Buddhi, Shuddha, Sattva and all, that makes sense, right? So what makes you or what keeps you or how you can get the thing which keeps you happy. Trace it out. My fourth question, whether all these things are dependent on something else or dependent on yourself. Is it in your hands whether you are, we have traced everything, okay? If you are happy, that's fine, then there will not be further discussion and all. You have to maintain the persistence of your happiness, that's all. So if you are not happy, you should go with the second one, what makes or what keeps. That you have to work on, which is very important one. If you have that, well and good. If you don't have, how to get that, that you should think of, which is very important one. Okay, so you did everything now. Now my last question is, who is responsible for your happiness? My lovely boys, who is responsible for your happiness? Huh? Did you get answer? If it is yourself, well and good. If it is beyond your hands, then you should trace it out from where you can get your happiness, because you are leading your life which you are supposed to realize. It's applicable to everyone. So happiness is in your hands. This is what you are supposed to realize. This is what the message which has been given till now, because we studied about 5th chapter, which is Purusha Vichayam Shariram. Did you get answer? All of you got the answer? So whether your happiness is in your hands or it is in the hands of someone else, then you have to convince them to give happiness for you. Work it out, which is very important one. Yes, come back to the chapter. 5th is over. We are moving towards the 6th chapter, which is very important one, which is labeled, which is named as Sharira Vichayam Shariram. So we come to know about Purusha. We come to know about the association of both Purusha as well as Loka. So in continuation of the same, how Loka is getting reflected in Purusha, how to understand Purusha, that has been explained in this particular chapter. So reflections of Loka are there in Purusha. Those reflections are explained in forthcoming 2 chapters. One is
Sharira Vichayam Shariram. Next one is Sharira Sankhya Shariram. So we knew that human is miniature of universe. So that miniature milieu is going to be known, is going to be explained in these two chapters. Okay, so with this we will move on to the chapter itself, Sharira Vichayam Shariram. So here Sharira has been defined first. You know that, but still there are few factors which you are supposed to know. The universe as well as human, they share 5 important elements commonly. We call them as Panchamahabhutas, as you know. Human is also made up of Panchamahabhuta along with the vital component or vitality, we call it as Chetanadhisthana Bhutam, which is Atma, and they are not dissociated. If there is Viyoga, then there will be Marana or Mrityu, as we all know. So they are associated with each other. To highlight that one, they used one term, Samayoga Vahi. So all 5 Mahabhutas are working together everywhere. Digestive system, circulatory system, respiratory system, whatever the systems you studied, they are working independently or they are working interdependently. Whether the systems in the body, they are working independently or interdependently. Any doubt? The same thing has been mentioned here. So Panchamahabhutas, they are not having independent existence in the body, they are having inter-association, which is very important one. Along with Atma, Panchamahabhutas are associated with each other. To highlight that proper association, the term has been used as Samayoga Vahi. The term Samayoga Vahi is very important one. This you are supposed to know. Okay, so after that, one unique concept has been mentioned which you are supposed to know for better understanding of various vyadhis. While talking about different prakaranas of Sharirasthanam, I mentioned one prakarana as Prakriti Vikriti. Hope you remember that. There was one prakarana which we discussed yesterday, which was talking about Prakriti as well as Vikriti, right? So we come to know about the relevance of Sharirika Prakriti, Manasika Prakriti. Yesterday we discussed about Manasika Prakriti, everything. So this is the chapter wherein we get a few guidelines to understand Vikriti also. It is not about the Vyadhi specifically, I mean to say Jvara, Rakta, Pitta and so on, because for that we have separate division. As a phenomena of life, disease is also a phenomena of life. Yes or no? Isn't it? So then there must be some guidelines to understand Vyadhi or not. Few guidelines must be there. So such guidelines are mentioned in this particular chapter which you are supposed to know. Here the formation of Dhatu, we all know that Purusha is made up of Dhatus. Earlier also we already studied how Dhatus are getting formed, how Dhatus are getting nourished, how Dhatus can become pathogenic. That is explained in this particular chapter in the beginning itself. Okay, so in normalcy, all dhatus will get nourishment very appropriately depending on the healthy lifestyle of the individual. Yes or no? If food is consumed properly, if food is as per the rules and regulations of principles of Ayurveda, then certainly there will be health. Okay, so all dhatus will get nurtured very appropriately, which we all know. So if food is not taken properly, then dhatus will not get proper nourishment and there will be manifestation of the disease. So up to this, it's clear for you, isn't it? So this abnormal condition can happen at the level of dhatu in 2 ways. One, we call it as akartsnyam. Another one we call it as prakritya. I will explain this, what it is. Two terms are used in the same shloka. You go through the shloka, Dhatu Vaishamyam has been mentioned stating these two terms. Vaishamya gamanam hi punah dhatunam vriddhi rasam akartsnena prakrityacha. Two terms are used. Okay, so dhatus can attain abnormality in two forms. Dhatu vikriti, which is localized, we call it as akartsnim. Akartsnim means that which is present everywhere. Akartsnim is opposite to that one. Okay, dhatu vikriti, which is localized, dhatu vikriti, which is generalized. That is prakrityava. Okay, so dhatu vikriti can happen in two levels. One we call it as akartsnim, another one we call it as prakriti. Prakriti in the sense in tune with dhatu, that's all. Okay, it is not normalcy here. Okay, so akartsnim, it is talking about localized vitiation or localized vikriti of dhatu, whereas prakriti is generalized vikriti of dhatu. So let us try to know this, then it's a bit challenging for you. I think you are having a bit of confusion regarding this particular description what we have. Hope all of you know what oncology is. My dear boys, what is oncology? Study of? Okay. You studied the disease. What happens in cancer? Thaldram. Wait. I expect my answer from my boys. I tried since yesterday the level Mahatama superlative degree. Since yesterday I am trying to wake them up, Not all, don't feel bad, yaar. I am not talking about you alone. I am talking about majority. Okay, I know you are too good. So don't feel bad. This is applicable those who are in Mahatama, not for you. Right? That's why I am giving utmost respect for you since yesterday, telling that my lovely boys. You are also one amongst them. Yes, tell. Uncontrolled. It is vriddhi. Okay? Okay, fine. Generally, what would be the condition of the patient? How he looks like? Well nurtured, well developed. What you see? Karshyam. Very nice. So the patient represents with cachexia, we call it as patient represents with highest level of emaciation. So on one side, you are looking into vriddhi, on another side, you are looking into rasam. Okay, pathogenesis in detail you will understand later. I am talking about the principle which has been explained in Sharirasthanam. So on one side, ekadeshiya vriddhi is there, anyadeshiya kshaya is there. Are you getting the point? That's what the concept which has been explained here. Accordingly, the treatment has to be given. Wherever you are observing abnormal growth, that has to be controlled. Wherever you are observing undernourishment, that has to be replenished. Is it clear? Any confusion for anyone? Is it clear? So that's what explained here. As it is talking about the process of life, manifestation of disease itself is a component of process of life. Here, the major concept of pathogenesis has been explained. We call it as Ekadeshi. You should remember those terminologies. That's very important because it is presenting a type of samprapti. It is presenting a type of pathogenesis. Okay. So Ekadeshiya vriddhi, Anyadeshiya kshaya. Hope it is clear for everyone. Okay, fine. So when we come across with dhatu vriddhi or dhatu kshaya, how that has to be managed, you already studied this in your Sutrasthana first chapter. We should make use of the concept of Samanya and Vishesha. Okay, either the dravya or the guna or the karma which can replenish, which can nourish has to be implemented. Either guna, dravya, karma which can reduce should be implemented whenever there is vriddhi. This is what we are supposed to follow. The same thing has been mentioned here in detail, which is very important one. Open your ChatGPT. ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಜಾರಮ್ಮ, ಇಷ್ಟ ಅಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ChatGPT ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ಯಾರೋ ಲೊಚ್ಚಿಗುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು, ಯಾರೋ ಇರಲಿ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. Those who know Kannada, they only can understand the word what I said. Yes, pose the question. What is fecal implant? What is fecal implant? I expect answer from boys. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇನು ಜೀವನ, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ವೈರಾಗ್ಯ, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಬೇಜಾರು. ಸಿ, your happiness, that's what I mentioned earlier, your happiness is in your hands, right? So you are not in need of anything to be happy. You are alive, that itself is the first factor to be happy. Yes or no? You are alive till now, that itself is the first factor to be happy, which is very important one. You are sitting very comfortably in a room where you are getting air, fresh air, light, everything. That is second factor to be happy. Isn't it? You are in a class wherein being a teacher, I allowed you to do everything. For that you should be more happy. Neither I am not scolding you people, nor I am harassing you people, nor I am beating anyone. So all of you, you are doing your own businesses. My boys, they are doing their own businesses since morning. But I am not bothering. Because for me, my happiness is very important one. So why should I bother about them, right? Okay, come back to the ChatGPT question. Now, fecal implant, did you get? What is it? What is it? Transplantation of? For what? ऐसा भी होता है क्या? Are you getting the point what I am talking about? Whenever we look into the text, whenever we speak about Samanyam and Vishesham, whenever we get the description regarding Mamsam Mamsena Vardhate, something like that, many times we will be in confusion. Many times we will be not ready to accept it. See, I have mentioned, I have told you a particular invention, particular updates in the field of medical research, just to go through that one for you people. See that. Ayurveda speaks about many realistic informations which we are not ready to accept. So, concept of Vruddhi and Kshaya, is it making sense now? After looking into this, did you get why I told you to search this? Okay, so the same thing, the concept of Samanya and Vishesha, you studied in Sutrasthana first chapter. So here they have given extensive description of the same which you are supposed to realize. And you go through the shloka, you have some interesting point which you are supposed to know. Shloka number 10. Last one, Garbhahatu is there, right? Garbhastu Amagarbhena. So it is stated that if Garbha has to be nurtured properly, if Garbha has to be nourished properly, you are supposed to provide Amagarbha. What does it mean? We have to give eggs? No, I am just putting questions for you. What that Amagarbha means? You go through various traditional practices, then you come to know about the importance of this. Your grandparents, your grandma, your elders, whenever a woman is in the stage of pregnancy, they ask the woman, pregnant woman, to consume dry fruits. They ask the woman to consume the nuts which are digestible. What the nuts, dry fruits are? They are again, are you getting? They are the components which are responsible for procreation in plant kingdom. Are you getting the point? So that's what mentioned here. And in various traditional practices, they ask the pregnant woman to consume inflorescence of various flowers. What the inflorescence indicates? When a plant is flowering, that is the indication of reproductive phase of a plant. Yes or no? I don't know, you people studied botany recently. I studied botany long back when I was in 12th. That is in 1990. Probably none of you might have born. Whatever is your age, I have crossed more than that in my professional phase, but still I am younger than you people. I am very proud to say that I am happiest than you people, I am younger than you people. Of course, by seeing to you all, looking to you all, being with you all also, I am very happy. See, you should appreciate me because how much tolerance I have with the lovely boys of your college. Yes, come back. The concept of Amagarbha, which has been mentioned, knowing the application of Vriddhi as well as Akshaya, is very important for all of us. That has been, why I am telling this one is, you might be having a question because we are talking about Garbha, we are talking about Sharira. Somewhere these points are not related, that feel might be there for you. It is not like that. Garbha has to be nurtured. Garbha has to develop, which is very important one. That is also dependent on the concept of Samanya as well as Vishesha. So if Garbha has to be nurtured, the factors which can nourish Garbha has to be supplemented. That's what Samanya means. If at all we feel that Garbha is moving towards the phase of Vikriti, then what has to be given? There we think of Vishesha. So Samanya and Vishesha is applicable from the point of Garbha also, which is very important one. For the maintenance of Swasthyam, three important factors are mentioned here, which are very important one, which we are supposed to know. First one is Desha, second one is, very fine, third one is, can anyone tell what it is? I am living in Himalayan region, okay, which is very hot, which is having hottest climate. I am living in Himalayan mountain, which is having hottest climate. How then Rapa? How supportive you are for your boys. But those boys, they are not at all realizing your sacrifice. Since yesterday I am watching it, you girls, you are supporting, supplementing, complimenting everything for them, but none of them they are realizing your sacrifice. Yes, come back. I am living in, idondu kelasade chanaಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ಯಾವುದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. Agli, at least they are enjoying Vikriti. I should appreciate that. Yes, come back. We are talking about Desha. I have given the example. I am living in Himalayan mountain region, which is having hottest climate. Yes or no? No. So it is very cold. I am wearing light clothes. Is it correct or wrong? Wrong. So I mean to say, I should get adjusted with that particular desha, which is very important one. So we should wear warm clothes. I mean to say, desha viparitam. So if dhatu samya has to be attained, so we should consume ahara as well as vihara, which is resembling, which is matching with that particular desha. So we call it as desha jnanam, or desha viparitam should be followed. Similarly, we should respect kala, which is very important one. If we are not in accordance with kala, then health cannot be maintained. So we should adjust our life appropriately with kala, which is very important one. That's what kala jnanam means. Third one, each and every individual is unique. Each and every individual is very special, which we are supposed to realize always. That's why I accepted everyone as they are. Being teacher of Ayurveda, I should respect Prakriti of everyone. Okay, so Atma Jnanam is very important one. So realizing self, knowing self, assessing self, incorporating health measures according to the self is very important one. That's what Atma Jnanam means. Person is having Vata Prakriti, then the food as well as regimen should be administered, advised accordingly, which is very important one. So that has been mentioned here. The reason is very simple. As I already said, we are talking about dhatu, we are talking about dhatu vruddhikshaya, we are talking about dhatu samya, which is dependent on these three factors, and these three factors are not exception even for garbha also. A woman who is having pregnancy should follow her swastha vrittam, keeping desha, kala, atma in center. Diet and regimen for a pregnant woman should be administered according to desha. Diet as well as regimen to a pregnant woman should be administered according to kala. Diet and regimen to pregnant woman should be administered according to her prakriti, which is very important one. That's what mentioned here. Then only there will be proper nourishment of garbha. Otherwise, garbha will not get nurtured properly. So the factors which are responsible for Sharira Vriddhi are mentioned in shloka number 12. Go through that. It is said that Sharira Vriddhi is dependent on Kala. First factor is Kala or Kala Yoga. This we know. In the context of Rutucharya also we studied. In the context of Vaya also we studied this. Right, in Vimanasthana that has been mentioned. The first factor which decides Sharira Vriddhi is Kala. So if Sharira has to be nurtured, then we should realize the relevance and importance of Kala. That is first factor. Second one is Swabhava Samsiddhihi. Sharira Vriddhi is dependent on Prakriti. Few people, they will put on weight even though they are taking food in less quantity, even though they are doing physical activities and all. Few people, even though they are taking food in large quantity, they are not at all developing weight gain. So such things we've observed in patients. If you have the mindset of discussing with each others, with 100 people, I think in each class you have 100 students, right? You will get exposed to 100 lives. How much lessons you will get for your life, just realize. So one is your own life. Along with that one, if you have good interaction with 99 of your class, you will have 99 life histories with you, which will be lifetime guidelines for you. Just realize how you can understand Ayurveda, how you can study Ayurveda beautifully. Yes, come back to the subject. Swabhava Samsiddhi, what it speaks about, it is Prakriti which decides a Sharira Vriddhi also. I mean to say, there is one innate factor which decides Sharira Vriddhi, which we are supposed to know. That's what Swabhava Samsiddhi means. That is second factor. The third factor has been mentioned as Ahara Saustavam. Quite natural it is. We are supposed to consider the food which nurtures the Sharira, and that nourishment is directly visible for first time. Initially it is going to be visible through Sharira only, isn't it? So the effect of Ahara on Manas will be understood later. But effect of Ahara on Sharira is quickly visible. Right? So Ahara Saustavam is very important one to nurture Sharira. So we should focus on that one, and that has been mentioned here. The fourth important factor is Avighatam. Sarina? So process of degradation, process of deterioration, process of depletion should not be there. Why during aging we come across with a sharira hrasam? This factor is missing there. Process of degradation, process of deterioration, process of depletion will be more during aging. So we should focus on that factor, which is very important one. These factors you should know properly, then you will be able to understand the concept of rasayana, which is one branch of Ayurveda, in future. Otherwise it's not possible for you to understand that chapter. So this is the first requisite to understand the rasayana as well as vajikaranam. Those two divisions of Ayurveda will be understood by you if you know these principles very properly. Okay. So after the description of Sharira Vridhikara Bhava, we have the description regarding Bala Vridhikara Bhavas. You already studied that in your Sharira Kriya Vijnanam. Bala was there for you as a syllabus point. So all those factors you know. If you have any doubts, you can ask later. Similarly, we have the description regarding Ahara Parinama Karabhavas. That also you already studied in your Sharira Kriya Vijnanam. Ushma, Vayu, Sneha, Kledaha, and so on. So if at all you have any doubts, you can ask the doubts regarding the same, and we will have interaction as well as a discussion later. So after the narration of all these factors in relation with the Sharira Vichayam, it continues. This is the base again to understand the concept of Garbha as well as Garbha Vriddhi. Few questions related with Garbha Vriddhi has been mentioned there. So those questions are same. How Garbha gets nurtured, how Garbha has been placed, how the process of parturition takes place. All these questions were asked in the same chapter one by one, which we already discussed in earlier chapters also. It is not repetition, it is contextual need. That's why the questions have been asked again, and the answers for the same have been mentioned there itself. Which phase is the last phase of life? Which is the last phase of life? The phase in which we are now, that is the last phase of life, sir. Alva? Mamata yadu? Yes, it is mrityu, right? As I already mentioned earlier also, all the phases of life should be dealt in Sharirasthanam. Sharirasthanam speaks about the phenomena of life, which was my statement earlier. That was one prakarana which I mentioned, right? So there must be description of mrityu or not. It should be there, isn't it? So the concept of mrityu has been mentioned in this chapter. Kala mrityu and akala mrityu, which you already studied in Vimanasthanam in detail. So how to measure kala mrityu and akala mrityu, that has been given in Vimanasthanam. So in this chapter, as an event, it has been mentioned. Not detailed description. The measurement has been mentioned earlier. How to assess it, how to check it, that has been mentioned in Vimanasthanam. But here, as an event, as a phenomena of life, it has been mentioned in this particular chapter. So these were all the questions which we get in this particular chapter. And finally, this chapter ends with the concept of Ayu. We talked about life. What is the span of life on an average? That has been mentioned at the end, stating that Varsha Shatam. For this era, Varsha Shatam means 100 years. And what are the factors that decide the span of life? That has been mentioned next. That is very important one, as I already mentioned. If you want to practice well in the field of Rasayanam, if you want to practice well in the field of Vajikaranam, then you should know this. The four important factors which decide Ayu are Prakriti Sampat, Guna Sampat, Atma Sampat, Satmya Upasevanam. So it is Prakriti. Again go to Vimanasthanam 8th chapter. There in the context of Vata Prakriti, Pitta Prakriti as well as Kapha Prakriti, it is mentioned Alpayuhu, Madhyamayuhu, Dirghayuhu, like that. Okay. So it is Prakriti which decides Ayu, which we are supposed to know. Second one is Guna Sampat. We know there are different components in Sharira, different components in Purusha, which are possessing different gunas. So the quality of these gunas, the status of these gunas decide the quality of Ayu and also Ayu. The third one is Atma Sampat. Regarding this, since yesterday we are talking about the karma which has been carried forward through Atma, that decides the span of life, that has been mentioned here as Atma Sampat. With all this, the fourth one is also very important one. We should follow Pravara Satmyam, which you already studied in your Vimanasthanam. So if we have Pravara Satmya, then health can be maintained, otherwise it's not possible. So you have to realize it very significantly. Okay, so when we have Pravara Satmyam, then we can have good span of life. If Pravara Satmyam is not there, then it is not possible to have good span of life. Okay, so with this, the sixth chapter gets over. So I'll keep this chapter for discussion now. So if you have any doubts, you can ask. That's what I mentioned. There were few questions. 9 questions were asked. Same, whatever I already told you, related with Garbha. And those questions were answered. So it was like interaction. Navako Nirnayaha. So 9 decisions, 9 conclusions were drawn in this particular chapter. That's very important. So this is in brief about Sharira, Vichayam, Shariram. Okay. Let us sum up one by one. Okay. Boys, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಓದ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸೂತ್ರ ಸಂಖ್ಯಾ 1 to 2. ಬಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್. ಶರೀರ ವಿಚಯ ಶಾರೀರ ಉಪಕ್ರಮ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಶರೀರ ವಿಚಯ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನಂ. ಫೈನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಫೈನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಧಾತೂನಾಂ ಯೌಗಪದ್ಯೇನ ವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹ್ರಾಸೌ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ very fine. Actually it is dhatunam. This, that's why you kept quiet, isn't it? It is move. Dhatunam samyartha kartavyam vishayah. Dhatunam sharira dhatavo hi samanaihi vardhante. Next कार्त्स्नेन शरीर वृद्धिकर भावाः. ओके. नेक्स्ट फाइन. नेक्स्ट फाइन. नेक्स्ट मल प्रसादयोः कार्यं च. फाइन. नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट फाइन. नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट गर्भस्य अंग अभिनिर्वृत्त्यादि विषये कतिपये प्रश्नाः. फाइन. नेक्स्ट कुक्षौ प्रथमम् उत्पद्यते इत्यत्र महर्षीणां मतानि. फाइन. नेक्स्ट फाइन. नेक्स्ट फाइन. नेक्स्ट फाइन. नेक्स्ट sadyo hanyateva. I already told Prakriti as well as Vikriti, how Garbha gets nourished, how Vikriti at the level of Garbha takes place. Next Devadi Prakopa Nimitta Pramanam. Fine. Next Kala Akala Mrityoho Nirnayam. Fine. Next fine. Next very fine. Thank you. So we completed the 6th chapter. So if you have we have not completed, we had outlook, brief note of 6th chapter of Charaka Samhita, Sharirasthanam. So if you have any doubts, you can ask. Otherwise we will move on to the next level of understanding Sharirasthanam. Any doubt? Any confusion? Let us know one story. All of you, I think all of you are fond of a story, isn't it? Yes or no? Bed andre beda. Big. Okay. There was a sage called as Bharavi. Rather than sage, he was a very renowned scholar in the literature of Samskrita. He was expertise in the literature of Samskrita, and he was getting a lot of respect and reputation everywhere. But in the home, his father, he never used to praise the achievements of his son Bharavi. That was pricking Bharavi a lot. See, the whole world is praising me. I am getting so much of reputation everywhere. But still I am getting scoldings at home. My father never said that I am good at subject, I have achieved something. He was feeling very bad. The scolding was going on, regular scolding in the sense he was not praising about the performances of his son Bharavi. Every time whatever he used to do, father used to notice the mistake and he used to tell about that particular mistake. So this is the mistake what you committed, you rectify it. Like that the father used to talk about the mistakes of his son. It went to such a level that Bharavi get frustrated a lot because he could not get good comments from his father. He was so furious one day, he decided to injure his father. So he took a big rock and went to the upstairs, and he was waiting for an opportunity to hit his father. Meanwhile, Bharavi's parents, father and mother, they were having conversation. Mother, she was asking, see, our son is feeling so bad because always you used to notice the mistake what your son is committing. At least for once or twice, you could praise your son, no? He is doing so many achievements, his performance is too good. Why can't you praise his performances? Why can't you praise our son? Then Bharavi's father said, do you think that I'm not enjoying my son's performance? I'm enjoying. I respect his performance. I respect all his achievements. But that achievement should not move into his head, which is very important one. He should move on performing always, which is very important one. That performance should be persistent always, which is very important for me. So if I start praising, the progress level of my son will stop. So I don't want to stop the progress of my son. That's why I just point out the mistakes whatever my son is committing. It doesn't mean that I don't have love, I don't have affection on my son. This is what the answer given by Bharavi's father to his mother. The words were heard by Bharavi, who was there to hit his father. He realized, he came back, he apologized with his father. I teased you all, it doesn't mean that I scolded you all, it doesn't mean that we are here to tease you, we are here to scold you, certainly no. The care and concern behind my words should be realized, which is very important one. You are in this profession, being in this profession, it's our responsibility to take care of you all. You cannot go back to any other profession now onwards. You have entered this profession. So you should adjust, you should accommodate properly in this profession, which is very important one. You should move beyond us, which is my care. You should move beyond us, which is my concern. You should move beyond us, which is my dream. The day when you realize these words of mine, then success will be yours. No one can stop your progress. Hope that makes some sense for you. Okay? Yes. So with this, we will move on to the next. Hope all of you are ready. You should be more enthusiastic than me. Hope all of you are ready. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so till now we come to know about other components of Sharirasthanam. So now we should know what are the techniques we can incorporate to study Sharirasthanam. We will go back to 7th chapter later, okay? So this is the last component in our presentation, in my presentation specifically. There are different methods to know, different methods to study, especially Samhitas, especially Ayurveda. As we all know, Ayurveda is Veda. So to study that, there are 6 important methods. We call them as Vedangas. This is a bit higher level for you, but just to try to listen them. One or the other day, you will be able to know the application. Now it might be beyond your perception level, but you should sense it, you should know and you should sense it, which is very important one. With that concern, I am presenting this part. It is a bit proficient level which you are supposed to accept. The 6 Vedangas are Shiksha, Chandas, Vyakarana, Nirukta, Kalpa and Jyotisha. These are all the 6 Vedangas which are very essential to understand Samhitas, which are very essential to understand Ayurveda, which is to be known, which has to be followed. Shiksha and Chandas, these 2 are the divisions which help us to know the way of pronunciation, to know the way of reading. The word Shiksha speaks about how the word has to be spelled out. It is not like other languages. In Sanskrita, pronouncing each and every word is very important one. Each and every letter is very important one. Shiksha means that. The arrangement of words follow certain rules and regulations. You know, there are different shlokas written in different styles, right? So those shlokas are constructed based on chandas. So if you want to read Sharirasthanam or if you want to read any sthana, so you should know this one and you should pronounce it based on the principles of Shiksha as well as Chandans. You should pronounce. That is the method of studying Ayurveda. That's why you have done Parayanam in the morning. That is the way. You should follow that. There are different methods of pronouncing. There are different methods of recitation that we will talk on some other days. So here, one shloka I have mentioned that should be spelled like this only. Brahma, Brihaspatihi, Vishnuhu. Not Vishnuhu, Vishnuhu, no. Vishnuhu, Somaha, Suryas Tatha Shvinau, Bhagotha, Mitra Varunau, Viram Dadatu Me Sutam. So it should be spelled like that only. You cannot deviate from the way of pronunciation. So when you follow this, then studying Sharirasthana, reading Sharirasthana will be very easy for you. As you know, Samskrita is having its own rules and regulations. Ayurveda has been designed, the texts of Ayurveda are designed based on the principles of Samskrita you already studied. Okay, so the rules and regulations of that particular technology, Samskrita, we call it as Vyakaranam. So there are different components, there are different aspects of Vyakarana which you already studied. I have given one example again from Sharirasthana only. In the 8th chapter of Sharirasthana, we get a shloka. Bhautika Jivaniya Brahmaniya Madhura Vatahara Siddhanam. Aushadha prepared out of these dravyas should be given to Garbhini. So here, how to understand this? Is it an option like Bhautikam va, Jivaniyam va, Brahmaniyam va? No. You should apply Dvandva Samasa here. Here, all are having importance. I mean to say, Bhautikam cha, Jivaniyam cha, Brahmaniyam cha, Madhuram cha, Vatahara Siddham. All are important. So if you make it optional, then the expected effect of Aushadha will not be there. Are you getting connected with the Shastra and Prayoga here? Okay. So this is the third one which we are supposed to know. Kalpa is one more Vedanga which speaks about the methodologies of performing yajna. Yajna is not a religious act. Whatever Ayurveda speaks about, it is beyond religion which we are supposed to know. Especially for Bharatiyas, religion was not there. Okay, so they were focusing only on the betterment of humankind, which we are supposed to know. Okay, so here Kalpa, it speaks about the performance of yajna, which facilitates for swasthya as well as vikara prashamana. In Sharirasthanam, we get many forms of yajna, but two are very important. One, as I already mentioned there, Putreshti is there, Tandula Balihomam is there. So description in brief has been mentioned, but for the performance of the two, that itself will not be sufficient many times. So what to do? We have a division called as Kalpa in Vedanga. There we get the description regarding the procedures of these two, which is very important one. Moving on to Jyotisha. Jyotisha is not like predicting your future and all. That is nonsense. That is not Jyotisha. Okay? Jyotisha is a science which deals with the concept of Kala. What I will become in future? Do you get answer in Jyotisha? Certainly no. That is not the subject of Jyotisha at all. Jyotisha is a science which deals with Kala, or it is intended for Kala Jnana. This is what we are supposed to realize. We have so many samskaras in Sharirasthanam, as we all know, right? So all those samskaras should be done, all those samskaras should be implemented according to Kala. So that's why knowing Jyotisha is very important for us. So like Garbhadanam, Namakarana, Shubha Nakshatra, Shubha Tithi has been mentioned everywhere, right? So that's why Jyotisha plays major role here. Well, Samskrita is such a technology wherein we get etymology and derivation for every word. I told yesterday also, Namakaranam is not a mechanical phenomena for us. For us, naming everything is a technology. So here it is done, it has been followed very properly. So they defined every term. Your first phase class started with Vagati Gandhanayo Iti Vayuhu or Vatam, right? Yes or no? So there itself you got the clarification regarding a particular word. So that's what Niruktam means. So this Niruktam is evident throughout, and this Niruktam should be used to understand Sharirasthana properly. Few examples I have mentioned. We come across with a technical term called as Avi. It comes in the next chapter, Jata Sutriyam. So in common term you can call it as labor pain or initiation of labor, like that. That is defined very beautifully. Prasava Kala Shulam. See how it has been derived very beautifully. So that's what Nirukta means. Nirukta is one technology which helps us to understand all the terminologies properly. We come across with various terminologies throughout Ayurveda. Those terminologies can be understood if we know Nirukta properly. Moving on to the next method. So this is one method. If you want to study Sharirasthanam properly, or if you want to understand Ayurveda properly, practice Ayurveda properly, you have to make use of Vedangas to some extent. You should take the support of Vedangas to some extent so that you will have better knowledge. Okay, let us try to know another method which we call it as Anvaya Vidhi. One shloka I have given here. Yesterday this shloka is over already. Shukra Asriga Atma Ashaya Kala Sampat, so and so and so on. So how Anvaya has to be done? Let us go through that. Go through the shloka first. Shukra Asrik Atma Ashaya Kala Sampat Yasya Upacharaha Cha Hitaihi Tatha Annaihi Garbhaha Cha Kale Cha Sukhi Sukham Cha Sanjayate Samparipurna Dehaha. So let us do Anvaya here. Yasya Shukra Asrik Atma Ashaya Kala Sampatcha Tatha Hitaihi Annaihi Upacharaha. In shloka tasya is not there. Whenever you come across with yasya, you have to add tasya. Wherever you come across with yatha, there you have to add tatha. If it is there, fine. Otherwise, you should do the addition component, which is very important one. So tasya garbhaha cha kale cha sukhi cha sukham samparipurna dehaha sanjayate. So this is what we call it as Anvaya Krama. So when you do this Anvaya Krama for all the shlokas, it's very simple, don't get tensed. First you have to identify the verb. You have to identify Tinganta. You studied that, right? Or you have to identify the Kriya Pada. Sanjayate you have to pick. Then you should identify Subanta, I mean to say Namapada, I mean to say noun in your English, right? So you should identify these two. In between, everything can be arranged very easily. Sanskrita is the easiest language which is existing in this universe, provided if we are ready to accept. Acceptance must be there, which is very important one. Okay. The third method, which is very important for us to know the components of Samhita, is Tantra Yukti. So when you make use of Tantra Yukti properly, you already studied in your first phase also about Tantra Yukti. You did many activities also, you should continue that. So when you make use of Tantra Yukti properly, then it will be easy for you to study Sharirasthana properly. So again, with the same shloka, whatever the Tantra Yuktis we can implement, that I have mentioned. Shukra, Ashaya, Asruk, Sampat, that has been mentioned in the shloka, okay? So, Cha we are supposed to use, and all the factors are having equal importance. Since yesterday we are talking about the same. So, Samuchaya Tantra Yukti is coming into picture. So, if we make use of Samuchaya Tantra Yukti, then we come to know the importance of all factors. Similarly, Vakya Shesha, Tatsya we added. In the shloka we have done that, right? So that is based on Vakya Shesha Tantra Yukti. Similarly, Yoga and Padartha Tantra Yukti, they help for the narration of that particular shloka, and through these Tantra Yuktis, we will be able to understand the narration and confirmed information that has been provided, which will be understood with the help of Nirnaya Tantra Yukti. So when you make use of Tantra Yukti, then it will be very easy for you to understand the concepts of Ayurveda, and you will be able to have better application, otherwise it's not possible. So read Tantra Yuktis again, make use of them, otherwise it's not possible. As I already said, you have a group, in the group you do all these activities, then it will be very easy for you to study Ayurveda. So if you are not studying in group, then it's not possible, because doing a work alone, doing a work in a group, there is a lot of difference. That's why it is mentioned, Sangha Shakti Kalau Yuge. So if you want to get success in this era, you should have that Sangha Shakti, which is very important one. Teamwork is very important one. Team chemistry is very important one. We have another technique to study and understand the concepts of Samhita. We call it as Shabda Bodha Prakriya. This is very important one. Okay, what this Shabda Bodha Prakriya is? There are different methods of narration. For one, the action will be different. There are few people which give utmost importance for action. There are few people which give utmost importance for the feel, bhava. That's what I mentioned there. So Vaiyakarana, that is one school. They gave importance for action. Okay. Naiyayika is another school. They give importance for word. Rather than action, they give importance for word. We have another school whom we call it as Mimamsaka. For them, the feel is very important one. So when we keep all the three, then understanding will be very easy. You already studied about cognition, conation, affection and all, right? Hope you are familiar with those terms. This is similar to that only. So Samskrita follows this style. Some of the followers, they gave importance for bhava, some they gave importance for karma, some they gave importance for jnana. Jnana, karma as well as bhava. You studied this in your yoga also. Jnana yoga is there, karma yoga is there, right? So this is like that only. So accordingly, the narration goes on. So with this background, when we look into Sharirasthana, the first chapter, Katidha Purushiyam, it follows Nayayika school, whereas the Kudika Garbhava Kramti, that follows Vaiyakarana school, whereas Jati Sutriyam, that follows Mimamsaka school. So bhakti is evident in Jata Sutriyam like that. So when we know this technology, then looking into Sharirasthana will be entirely different. This is what we are supposed to know. I won't go with this component very significantly, but my intention here is to sensitize you about witnessing other texts to understand Ayurveda better, witnessing other texts which helps us to know the principles of Ayurveda in better way. That's why I have just made one effort here. So if you want to study Ayurveda properly, you should have awareness regarding other scriptures of Ayurveda, other scriptures of Bharata. That is very important one. So one amongst them is Upanishad. Amongst Upanishad, we give utmost importance for Dasha Upanishads. 10 Upanishads are very important one. The subject matter of Upanishad is same. That is Purusha Utpatti, Purusha Sthiti, Purusha Moksha. This is what Upanishad speaks about. Similarly, Loka Utpatti, Loka Sthiti, Loka Laya. The content, the goal, the principle of all the Upanishad is the same. When we look into Sharirasthana, that also speaks about the same, right? So when we try to understand whatever the questions you had yesterday, some people they were talking about moksha yesterday with me, we had a discussion regarding the concept of moksha like that. So whenever we want to understand the concepts explained in Sharirasthana in a better way, sometimes at some level we will have some limitations and we might not be able to understand the concepts. At that point of time, when we witness, when we refer Upanishad, then we will get better understanding, we will get better exposure, we will be able to understand Sharirasthana in better way. So here I have made a small effort how the Dasha Upanishads contribute to understand Charaka Samhita Sharirasthana. The first one is Ishavasya Upanishad, which speaks about Jnana, Karma, Bhakti, Yoga, Deva, Moksha. That is the subject matter of Ishavasya Upanishad. So when we relate the contents of Ishavasya Upanishad with Katidha Purushiyam and Purusha Vichayam, then we will have better understanding of these two chapters of Sharirasthana. The second Upanishad, I told Dasha Upanishad only, I am highlighting. Kena Upanishad, which speaks about Brahmadhanam significantly. The subject matter of Kena Upanishad is Brahmadhanam. Again, Katidha Purushiyam as well as Purusha Vichayam can be understood very properly with the support of this Upanishad. The third one is Katha Upanishad. It speaks about Loka, Ihaloka, Paraloka. It again speaks about Atmadhyana. So with the help of this, we will be able to understand Atulya Gotriya as well as Sharira Vichayam in better way. The next Upanishad is Prashna Upanishad. Here we get 6 important questions related with Loka, Prana as well as Sharira. So for better understanding of Sharira Sankhya as well as Purusha Vichaya, we can refer this Upanishad. So the next one is Mundaka or Manduka Upanishad, which gives utmost importance for Ashrama Dharma. Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha and all whatever we know. So Charaka Samhita significantly speaks about the same in Sharirasthana. Okay. So to understand Purusha Vichaya Sharira and especially Jatasutriyam, if we know the principles of Mundaka Upanishad, then we will be able to understand in better way. Mandukya Upanishad is the next one. Again, it gives importance regarding the pranava, the importance of word, the importance of letter, importance of pronunciation, whatever I already told you. So for better understanding of Jatasutriyam and Purusha Vichayam, so we can refer this. Taittiriya Upanishad, it speaks about exclusively Panchamahabhutas, components of Panchamahabhutas and Panchavidha Kosha and all. So for better understanding of Kudika Garbhava Kramti as well as Sharira Vichayam. Sharira Vichayam is a chapter where we get the description regarding Panchamahabhuta also. So with the help of Taittiriya Upanishad, we will be able to understand this. Aittiriya Upanishad is something special which speaks about Srishti Utpatti. To understand Srishti Utpatti, which has been mentioned in Charaka Samhita, we can refer this text as a referral text. And the next one is Chandogya Upanishad. Chandogya Upanishad again highlights the importance of prana, pranama, everything. To know Katidha Purushiya as well as Purusha Vichaya in detail, we can refer this. Last one is Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Here we get at most importance and description regarding Brahma. So Katidha Purushiya as well as the Sharira Vichayam again can be understood with the help of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. So these are all few technologies which you can incorporate to understand Sharirasthana. Like that, you can have many more technologies also depending on the context that will be taught to you people. So make use of such technologies through which you will be able to understand Sharirasthana very properly. Okay, so this is in your nice to know zone. So it is left to you whether you want to be nice or you want to be must. So you decided, but it's my duty to tell about nice to know component also. That's why I have mentioned this. So if you have any doubts, you can ask. Otherwise, we will move on to the 7th chapter, which is very short one. We will complete that and then we will go for lunch. Any doubt? Any confusion? Anything you want to ask? Hope all of you are well. Hope all of you are good. Shall I continue? Oh, thank you. Oh, you know I will take only for 5 more minutes. That's why all of you are very happy, isn't it? Okay, we will move on to the next chapter, Sharira Sankhya Shariram. So to know this particular chapter, we are supposed to have a particular orientation which is very important one. Till now, we got the description regarding various aspects of Purusha. So this is the chapter wherein the utmost importance has been given for visible components. Whatever is visible, whatever is countable, whatever is measurable, which are present in Sharira are explained in this chapter. That's why the chapter itself has been named as Sharira Sankhya. Many times when we look into the word Sankhya, we think that it is mentioning, it is indicating countability, isn't it? But it is not the only meaning of Sankhya. Sankhya is indicating Samyak Jnanam also. So to have Samyak Jnana of Sharira, this particular chapter has been designed in Charaka Samhita. Of course, this chapter speaks about number also, that is the beauty. We get the numericals, we get the numbers also. This point also should be kept in mind. There is one interesting component which you are supposed to know from this particular chapter. The journey in this particular chapter starts superficially and it moves on into deep. Your study of anatomy starts with skin and skin layers. I hope all of you did dissection. You only did the dissection or your teachers did the dissection? You only do, very nice. Okay, fine. So, your dissection started with bone marrow or your dissection started with skin? Any doubt? ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ ಅಂತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ದೇ ವರ್ ಸ್ಲೀಪಿಂಗ್ ಟಿಲ್ ನೌ. ವೆನ್ ಐ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಕಿನ್, ಮಸಲ್, ಬೋನ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೋ, ಬೋನ್, ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ದೇ ವೋಕ್ ಅಪ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಜ್ಞಾನ ದರ್ಶನ ಫಾರ್ ಗೌತಮ ಬುದ್ಧ. ಓಕೆ, ಆಗಲಿ ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ಯಾವುದೋ ಶಬ್ದದಿಂದ ಯಾವುದೋ ಮಾರ್ಗದಿಂದ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಕು ಅಷ್ಟು. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಮೈಟ್ ಬಿ ದ ಮೋಡ್, at last, at least, I could be able to awaken them, which is very important one. Okay, so learning Sharira starts with superficial level and then we will move on to the deeper level. Okay, so in the same way, the description in Sharira Sankhya Shariram started with the description of Tvacha. See there, in the chapter itself, the description started with the layers of Tvacha, the different derivatives of Tvacha, which is very important one. As I already mentioned, Sharira Sankhya Shariram is journey from superficial to deep, is the journey from visibility to invisibility, is the journey from macro to micro. That's how that has been designed. Okay, so after that, you already studied something called surface anatomy. How done? What is surface anatomy? I don't know all those things. Those are all the subjects what you studied. So you should tell what is surface anatomy. So you mark the organs superficially before starting to identify those organs, isn't it? So you mark them. See the next shloka which speaks about Shadanga Shariram. So you have identified the tvacha, you are supposed to identify different parts of human body, which is very important one. Correct, huh? Is it there? Anything else is there? Dear boys, make some voice. I asked about Prakriti Swara, not Vikriti Swara. Very unfortunate. Before going out of this institution, I could have the feel of Prakriti, which is very important, isn't it? I should say that Yenapoya institution is having its own Prakriti. I should not convey the message that Yenapoya institution is having its own Vikriti. Are you getting the point? I am the smallest component. This is the biggest component. So because of my mistake, this big component should not be spoiled. Are you getting? Don't be a droplet of buttermilk, don't be a droplet of sour substance which spoils milk. Be a droplet of sweet substance which enhances the quality of milk. Yes, come back to the subject. So we come to know about Shadanga Shariram, right? So after Shadanga Shariram, we get the description regarding Asthi. How many asthis are there in Sharira? So always we should keep one point in mind. It is, that's what I mentioned earlier. Samyak Jnanam is also a component. Sankhya, Samyak Jnanam, which we are supposed to know. So there might be variation, there might be variability. So it is like the range which our ancestors mentioned here. That's what we are supposed to know. Number of asthis are mentioned. Then we have the description regarding Indriyadhisthana and Pranayatana. One point I have to highlight here. The Pranayatanas which you studied in Sutrasthana 30th chapter and Pranayatanas which you study, there is difference. You should make the list, you make comparative table and submit that to madam later by giving justification why there is difference between these two contexts. That is one more homework what you are supposed to do. Okay, so after the description of the same one, we have the description regarding Pratyanga. Shloka number 11. Check that it is something unique, it is something special. We look into human being from the point of functional aspect than structural aspect. Let me clarify. Okay? Heart is having its own shape. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Lung is having its own shape. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Okay. So, you are masters in drawing the different parts of the body. Lungs are present like this, right? It is cubical. Conical. It is not cubical or it is not rectangular. Why lung is not in rectangular shape? Why it is in that particular shape? Why heart is having its own particular shape? Why stomach is having its own particular shape? In anatomy, you don't ask all these questions. You come to the class of Sharira Kriya Vijnanam, you say, sir, show me Vata. Show me Pitta, show me Kapha. Why can't you get this out? Why eyes are like that? Why ears are like that? That question you should get, isn't it? Why this particular shape is required? Why this particular shape is there for lung? Make use of common sense and tell. Is it functional accommodability? Body is in need of certain level, certain range, certain concentration of oxygen. Yes or no? So if it is in rectangular shape, if it is in square shape, then that much of area for absorption of oxygen would not be there. So when lung is having this particular shape, then it can accommodate alveoli, which is having highest surface area, so that the required range of oxygen can be supplied to the body. I mean to say, the structure of every part in the body is decided by the need of function, isn't it? So stomach has to perform a particular function. To facilitate that particular function, stomach is having its own shape. Is it correct or not? You studied anatomy and physiology, you have to tell. Is it clear? So then we should give importance for functional anatomy, right? That's what Ayurveda speaks about. That's why we give utmost importance for dosha, we give utmost importance for dhatu than the structure. It doesn't mean that we have neglected the structure. Structures are mentioned in the context of anga, structures are mentioned in the context of pratyanga also, but they focused more on dosha, dhatu, mala and other aspects. Looking into human being holistically was very important for them. That's why they have explained in unique perspective, which is very important one. Why I have mentioned this one is, there are few interesting terminologies mentioned in Pratyanga, which you are supposed to know. Okay? Shloka number 11, refer it. Shloka number 11. Did you get it? Okay. You have few interesting terminologies there, which are very essential to be known, which are very essential to be understood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seventh line, dvau shleshma bhuvau. There is a term called as a shleshma bhuvau. Did you identify? Did you get the term? Okay. So go to, all of you have original text only. Go to the last line of Vyakhya. Shleshma bhuvau kanthasya parshvayoho vyavasthitau kathinau bhagau. Don't you think this description resembles with the thyroid gland, whatever you already studied? Yes or no? What I mean to say is, it doesn't mean that our ancestors, they were not having the knowledge regarding different parts of the body. They looked into body as a whole. To understand body as a whole, they were in need of different concept, unique concept. That's why they explained every part of the body in terms of dosha, dhatu and mala. That's what I wanted to communicate for you people. So that whether that part has not been mentioned in Ayurveda, whether this part has not been mentioned in Ayurveda, that was not the orientation what our ancestors followed. This is what you are supposed to realize. The orientation behind understanding Sharira is very important one. Okay. Similarly, there is one term, Gojihvika. Eka Gojihvika. Did you get? Gojihvika. Siktala? Hope all of you got the, from bottom it is fourth line, Eka Gojihvika. Again go to Vyakhya, it is defined very beautifully. Gau means walk, voice, Shabda. Gau means Tasyaha Karanabhuta Jihva Gojihva. So don't you think this description resembles with vocal cord as well as voice box? Yes or no? So in this way, when we trace, when we realize the orientation, then understanding everything will be very easy. That's why what they said in the same context and later also, Anirdeshyam ataha param tarkyam eva. So they accepted. So there are many other body parts also. So if you want to understand different parts of the body, You have freedom. They have given freedom for us. So we cannot say that body is having only these parts. There might be other parts also. See the level of acceptance. It's only present in Bharatiya Vidyas. Nowhere that is present. See, you know, in all Western countries, when scientists, they proposed their inventions, they were killed, right? You go through the history of Galileo, you go through the history of Socrates, there are many people whom in the Western countries they killed whenever they invented new things. It's only in Bharata everyone is safe. Okay, so that's evident. See here it is very, they have given freedom for everyone to propose their views. They have given freedom for everyone to perceive their own views. That much of freedom has been provided here. That's what mentioned in Charaka Samhita also. Whatever has been mentioned here, that is only the guideline. If you come across with some new things, those new things are accepted. They are not telling that they are rejecting them. Nowhere we have rejection, we have only acceptance. That's why since 2 days I am accepting everyone. Being the teacher of Charaka Samhita, whatever might be the level of student, whatever might be the condition of students, I have to accept. So that's why I accept. In Kannada we used to tell, hotte hakkoli elladunnu anta. So like that, I accepted everything. Yes, come back to the description again. We will move on to the same thing. Here they mentioned the number. It might be related with asthi, it might be related with the sandhi, it might be related with the snayu, it might be related with the sira. They have given few numbers like 700, 600, 900, like that. So that is guideline. There might be variations. Certainly there will be variations, as we all know. We cannot say that all human bodies are same. We cannot say that, and it is not possible also. The same thing has been mentioned here, and we get the description regarding Anjali Pramana for various parts of various components of the Sharira. For that they mentioned a very logical answer, very specific answer which we are supposed to know, which we are supposed to realize always. Shloka number 15. Yattu Anjali Sankheyam Tad Upadekshyamaha. So they have given all the descriptions throughout. Hope you got that. Isn't it? Yes. So there, how to understand this, that is mentioned in the second line itself. The concept of Anjali Pramana has been designed based on two principles. One is Vriddhi Hrasa Yogi. So depending on Vriddhi Lakshana, depending on Kshaya Lakshana, the measurement for all the Drava Dhatu or measurement for different Dhatus has been mentioned. Second one is Tarkyam. So based on logical reasoning, that has been mentioned. So it doesn't mean that you cannot put a question, sir, did our ancestors, they measured with measuring jar? You cannot put that question. They have given how they proposed this one. So keeping Vriddhi Hrasa, and second one by keeping Tarka. So based on that it has been mentioned, so that you should know, which is very important one. To understand Sharira properly, the best parameter, the ideal parameter, the ultimate parameter is always Panchamahabhuta. So that's why all the parts of the body are narrated under the roof of Panchamahabhutas later. So this we should keep in our mind, because whenever we come across with derangement at different levels of the body, then that should be managed with Panchabhautika Dravyas. That's why Sharira vis-a-vis Panchamahabhuta has been explained in this chapter. Okay, so Panchabhautikatva of Sharira should be known, which is mentioned there. Shloka number 17 is very important one, is very essential one for all of us. I mentioned this earlier also. Beyond cytology, under that heading, under that prakarana I mentioned. So the reference for the same is here. Sharira avayavahatu paramanu bhedena aparisankhyeyaha. So now we are talking about cytology, now we are talking about chemical level of organization of human being, now we are talking about quantum level of organization of human being, but beyond that also might be there, beyond that also should be there, beyond that also will be there. Right? So to narrate that, they use the term paramanu, the minutest component, whatever it may be. Currently it is quantum, on some other day it might be something else. So the ultimate, minutest, the basic component of Sharira is paramanu, which has been mentioned there, that we are supposed to know. And they said, ati bahutvat, ati saukshmyat, atindriyatvat cha. Many times it's not possible to perceive it because of these limitations. So that has been mentioned there, which we are supposed to know. With this, the seventh chapter, Sharira Sankhya Shariram, gets over. This is how the Sharira as a whole has been looked into by our ancestors. Any doubt regarding this chapter? The orientation to know Sharira from the point of Ayurveda is entirely different. This is what the message all of us should have. Is it clear? Any confusion? Okay. The last chapter, that is Jati Sutriyam. Don't worry, I am just giving how that will be dealt with. Come at the earliest after having food. It will be in the form of interaction. Yesterday I think the information has been communicated for you. So I think all of you prepared the questions. If the questions are with you, you give the questions. Otherwise, those who are interested, they can pose the question, put the question directly also. So it will be in the form of interaction. Make use of that. Comprehensively as a whole, what all the doubts you have in Sharirasthana, that will be discussed, and we will wind up as soon as possible. It will be done at the earliest. Okay? So keep all your questions ready, keep your doubts ready, so that we can have interaction regarding the last chapter, that is Jati Sutriyam. If you have any doubts, you can ask regarding the concepts, whatever we discussed till now. Anything you want to ask? Break I will give, don't worry. Break only the next event. Apart from that, if you want to tell something, being the teacher of Charaka Samhita, I know that audience or a person should not be allowed to suppress Kshuddha Vega, should not be allowed to suppress all Vegas. It doesn't mean that I can allow you people to sleep in the class. Whenever you are in the assembly, you should respect the rules and regulations of the assembly. Yes or no? I won't allow you to have Kshuddha Vega Dharana. Don't worry, the class will get over soon. Your lunch time is by 1:30 as I got the intimation. By that time I will complete the class. Okay, still ma. The same shloka we were talking about. No, yes, tell. Both possibilities. Both ahara as well as vihara. It should be considered. Because if we focus only on ahara, vihara is also contributing. The upachara has to be considered from the point of vihara also. Ahara, vihara, achara. All the three. Any other doubt? If I get any question from my lovely boys, I will be very happy. What all the possible adjectives I can use, I used. I have to search some new adjectives through dictionary for the afternoon session. Highest level of buttering, what all I can do, I did. Any doubt? No doubts? Okay. So come with questions for the afternoon session. We will discuss about Jati Sutriyam and we will conclude. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, after having heavy lunch, I don't know about yours. So we had heavy lunch. So after that, we are heading towards the last chapter, Jati Sutriyam Adhyaya, 8th chapter of Sharirasthana. So once again, in the similar pattern, what we have witnessed yesterday, in the same way, I will be conversing with you. So I was conversing with Dr. Srivatsa sir. So today, along with my questions, few of your questions also I will take up and I will put forward to him so that we can discuss. Important aspect of this session is you can also actively involve. You can also actively involve whatever concept or whatever statement we make. In between, you can stand up, you can interrupt us, and you can tell your own opinion. So this can also be, this is another added aspect of today's session. So hope you will be interrupting us in between and you will be telling your own ideologies about the various aspects of Jati Sutriyam Adhyaya. So initially, so as I earlier said, yesterday said, so I am representing you. So my questions will be on behalf of you. Okay. Initially we will be going through with the question. Sir, it is the 8th chapter of Sharirasthana, Jati Sutriyam Adhyaya. It is very big chapter first of all. That too it is in Gadya Rupa. So, and NCSM in the syllabus, it is only one theory class is assigned for this particular chapter, and only 2 or 3 important points are mentioned to study in this chapter. So why this particular chapter should be studied? So when NCSM and the other bodies have given less importance to this chapter in the syllabus, what is the need to study this chapter?
All the secrets are hidden in this particular chapter. So if you know all those secrets, you will get success in practice. So that's why it has been kept like that. It's completely full of secrecies. When we read this particular chapter, then we can explore everything very appropriately. All Ashtangas, they are dependent on this particular chapter, starting from Rasayana, starting from Kaya Chikitsa till Vajikarana. All the 8 branches of Ayurveda, all Ashtangas of Ayurveda are having seeds in this particular chapter, because everything depends on Janma. That's what Jati means. So if Janma itself is not there, then we cannot expect anything else. Nothing is possible, nothing can happen without Janma. So in this chapter, how Janma starts, how Janma manifests, that has been explained very appropriately. So if this chapter is studied properly, then we can get success in all Ashtangas. Otherwise, it's not possible. So that's why utmost importance should be given to this particular chapter. All the principles are hidden with practice. Practical tips or practical principles are present in this particular chapter. That's why this chapter should be studied methodically.
Okay. In this particular chapter, the chapter begins with various regimens related with females to conceive the child. It may be Rutumati Charya, or it may be after conceiving it is Garbhini Rutucharya, Garbhini Charya. So everything is imposed on females. So is there anything that a male should do? Anything, any regimen is indicated for males? So that is what the question received from you. It is not my question. It is the question received from males or females, I don't know. The question is that, so what is there for males? What they have to follow? So everything when imposed on females.
It is not imposed on female. The statement itself is improper perception. That's what personally I feel. Female has been kept with utmost respect. Female has been considered with utmost respect, which is very important one. Nowhere across the universe that much of importance for stree has been given, which has been portrayed, which has been presented in Charaka Samhita. Stree swasthyam has been considered to the highest extent in Charaka Samhita. We are supposed to realize it from birth. Prior to that also, if couple they are desirous to have female progeny, what has to be done? Once the progeny is female, what precautions should be taken, how care has to be taken for the female, and how she should be brought up. That also has been mentioned very beautifully in the context of Vajikarana Adhyayam that you are going to study later. So utmost importance for woman has been provided in Charaka Samhita. Utmost importance for woman health has been mentioned in Ayurveda. Unfortunately, no one is realizing this. At least woman should preserve her womanhood, which is very important one. It is not gender bias. I am not talking about gender bias. Womanhood is very essential to have progeny. So preserving womanhood has been portrayed, preserving womanhood to the highest extent has been mentioned in Charaka Samhita. Coming to the component what you are talking about, does it mean that men are neglected? Certainly no. So all the principles whatever that are presented in Swastha Chatushkam, in Anapana Chatushkam, there are many, including Vajikarana Adhyayam, what we have in Chikitsa Sthana. Everywhere male component, quality male reproductive element has been highlighted. So equal importance, significant importance for both has been presented according to the context. It doesn't mean that male has been neglected, female has been exploited. So this is the wrong notion what commonly we come across with. It is not like that. Woman is having utmost importance. Surprisingly, few interesting points are there in Jatasutriyam Adhyayam, wherein we think that Garbhini Paricharya should be done. Does it mean that husband, male partner can behave as he wishes after conception? Certainly no. It has been mentioned very specifically that he should facilitate the whole procedure very properly with his partner. So that has been mentioned very specifically. Even though in Stree Swasthya, in Garbha Poshana, in Garbhini Poshana, there is no any role of male actively, but male should be there, male should support, male should take care of that has been mentioned in the text. That itself shows the family responsibility highlighted in Charaka Samhita, social responsibility highlighted in Charaka Samhita. Ayurveda is not designed based on gender bias. For that matter, no any Bharatiya Vidya is talking about gender bias. It's only in Bharata wherein woman has been kept to the highest respectful position due to various factors that might not be implemented, that might not be seen these days. But it doesn't mean that there was bias. Certainly there was no bias as such. It was because of few situational requirements.
Still, the question of the Parishat is unanswered. What exactly a male should follow in his adolescent or in his adult age before the conception?
That's what I said. It is mentioned, few concepts are mentioned very specifically in the context of Indriyopakramanini Adhyayam. Yesterday also I mentioned that one. Utmost neglected, Sadvrutta has become a chapter for writing the examination, that's all. We are not looking into the chapter very seriously, very significantly. So there what male has to be followed, that is mentioned. Point number 2, as I already mentioned in the context of Vajikarana Adhyaya also, how male should be prepared, that has been mentioned. In this chapter also it is very specifically mentioned what male has to be done. It is not like rules and regulations should be followed only by female. Even for the male what has to be done, that has been mentioned very specifically. It is not like only for women. It is for both male as well as female.
Okay. Similarly, another question.
See, let me quote the reference also. Shloka number 4, 8th chapter.
Parishat has to go through with that particular shloka, and if at all any queries are there, then you can directly post. Moving further, similar question, another question asked by the Parishat is that all the regimens or the measures in Charaka Samhita are mentioned to get putra. So why not there is no regimen or very less regimen to get putri? So what is here the regimens, if at all a couple wants to get a female child? It is all oriented about male child, not female child.
No, Vama Dakshina has been specified there. This is point number 1. To have female, what has to be done? To have male, what has to be done? That is mentioned. This is point number 1. When we go through Dharma Shastras, that's what I mentioned earlier also, to have thorough knowledge, we are supposed to refer other texts also. We don't have any Dharma Shastra which speaks about having only male, having only female. So they are also knowing the, what I mean to say, discrimination should not be there, or proportion of male and female should be very appropriate. If there is disproportion, it is leading for social disharmony. So social disharmony should not happen, which is very important one. So the word pum there speaks about a shreyasi praja than gender. We are not supposed to consider, or the word pum is not talking about gender there. The word pum is talking about the quality progeny, which is very important one. Of course, we have the description regarding both, what to be done to have male progeny, what to be done for female progeny. It doesn't mean that they promoted to have only male progeny, promoted to have only female progeny. It is not like that. So it was exclusively based on dharma. They followed that one. So the social discipline has to be kept in mind, and accordingly the action to be taken, which is mentioned throughout. So Pumsavana is not intended to have only male progeny. Pumsavana is intended to have healthy progeny.
Okay. Moving further with the contextual reference you have taken of about Pumsavana. So here Pumsavana, it is the usual claim is that especially from whoever practice Garbha Samskara, they say now that 90%, 95% of the Pumsavana as they desire, it becomes possible. So is it so the Pumsavana is for to get a desired child, or it is for a healthy child? So because if we go with the desired child, then once again it will be social disharmony, as you said. So instead of it, it is to get a healthy child. So what is your comment?
As per the description, as per the practical experiences, certainly Pumsavana is intended for both, to have desired progeny, to have the progeny of desired sex, and also to have healthy progeny. But as I already mentioned, for all practical implications, for all practical applications, we should abide the rules of Sadvrita. So when we realize the importance and significance of Sadvrita, Sadvrita should be brought into the practice, which is very important one. Then social disharmony certainly will not be there. We should realize what has to be followed. That is very important one. So with the Sadvrita, by following Sadvrita, if we incorporate Pumsavana, then there will not be social disharmony. So we have to realize it. Second thing, in the era of commercialization, as we are in the era of commercialization and popularity, we are exploiting Ayurveda to the highest extent. We should keep, that's what I mentioned earlier also, we should keep the sanctity of Ayurveda also in mind whenever we are practicing all these things. We can do anything from Ayurveda, it doesn't mean that we can exploit Ayurveda, it is not like that. So we should know the sanctity, which is very important one. Pumsavana is intended for both, but what's required that we are supposed to decide, and keeping Trivarga, Dharma, Artha, Kama, that has to be practiced.
Okay. Moving further with the concept of Garbhopakata Karabhavas, so the trend nowadays is to approach Google and ChatGPT instead of a doctor. So Garbhinis also nowadays approaching Google and ChatGPT more. So where it is some informations which are provided by Google or ChatGPT or other media, it is against for Ayurveda principles, such as if you type, can a pregnant woman have sexual intercourse? Google says yes, it is healthy for a pregnant woman. So in few of the instances, few patients also asked the same question to me. So how this can be managed when the patients, especially Garbhini, is misled by the social media and the various internet platforms?
I already told since yesterday, we are in an era wherein handling Google disease itself is the biggest challenge. Nowadays, we are getting the patients who are suffering from only and one and only Google disease. So managing any disease is easy for us, but managing Google disease is very difficult for us. So it is our responsibility to educate the people regarding the same. Always experience as well as expertise counts. At some level, Google might be giving expert opinion, but it cannot give the opinion based on experience. So all Bharatiya Vidyas are designed based on these two. So if we focus only on expertise, certainly it is not possible for us to manage the situations, because Bharatiya Vidyas are designed based on Jiva Jivana. I mean to say life, all Bharatiya Vidyas for that matter, for which we won't get answer in Google, we won't get answer in technology. We have to realize it. We are in an era wherein the functionality of emotional component is declining to the highest extent. So previously, we were getting exposed to love and affection, positive attachment and all. But nowadays, we could not witness it. That is also a factor which is causing, which is also leading for infertility as well as impotency. So we are supposed to realize all these things, which is very important one. The compassionate nature, the positive emotional attitude. So these factors are very essential. These factors should be taught very properly to the couple, which is very important one, which Google cannot explain, which Google cannot teach. Your Google can teach you the tips for how to love, which are highly impractical, because love is one such component which is experiential one. It is not based on intellectual component. Google answers from intelligence. So intelligent answer for love is not required. Emotional answer for love is required. So this difference should be known very properly, and it's the duty of the doctor to educate. It is a duty of Ayurveda Vaidya to educate a woman who is Garbhini from the perspective of Garbhopakata Karabhavas, where its experience which counts a lot. It might be the experience of a Vaidya, or it might be the experience of woman who gave birth. So all these factors count a lot. So that has to be done. That's why during earlier days, females, they were accepting the menarche very naturally. Nowadays we are in an era wherein we are supposed to teach about menarche. So earlier, elder women who were there in the family, they used to teach everything to their progeny, they used to teach everything to their family members. It was going on. The education system was very strong earlier, especially the education system in Bharata. Nowadays, that has been spoiled like anything, because of which we are facing all these issues. So rather than depending more on, as I already mentioned earlier, AI, if we shift our orientation more towards HI, keeping AI as supportive one. I am not opposing AI. So AI should be supportive always to HI. Then certainly we can do many miracles.
Yeah, you are really true. So making the patients unlearn the things what they have learned from the Google is very challenging, and we have to unlearn, make the patients to unlearn and give some learning to them, positive learning. Moving further with the question.
Uninstall and reinstall.
Yeah.
We should talk in your language, which is very important.
Yeah. And this is the last question from especially the working women. She is not having proper time to look after her health, look after her family, look after her child. In this kind of lifestyle, so when she gets a baby, she don't have time to look after her baby, she don't have time to look after her health, and thereby she will not follow Sutika Paricharya, Kumara Paricharya, Kaumara Paricharya properly. So what is the importance of Sutika Paricharya? After delivery, Sutika Paricharya, is it that important to follow? Because one of the incidents, if I want to quote here, is, so few months ago I have seen in one particular hotel a 20-day-old child has been brought to hotel and she was consuming masala dosa. And in such situation, where is the fate of Sutika Paricharya? So why it is important?
Current generation is, it is not criticism, I am giving compliment. Current generation is the most intelligent generation we have ever come across with. Give a big round of applause for yourself. I have given this compliment for you all. Okay? But unfortunately, current generation is at most negligent generation too. So when the current generation blends responsibility with the intelligence whatever that generation is possessing, no one can stop the success. This reality has to be accepted first. Point number two, it might be government sector or private sector. Everywhere utmost importance has been given for women health. Earlier, woman was given the leave of 3 months, 6 months after delivery if she or if a woman is in service. But nowadays, a woman is getting a lot of freedom in public sector. So they are getting menstrual leave also nowadays. They are getting, that's reality. Menstrual leave is there in government sector nowadays. 1 day menstrual leave they are getting. Why I am telling this one is, simply we are telling the reasons for not practicing good practices, not practicing good habits. That's why I am telling. And a woman is getting 180 days leave, excluding the maternity leave. Okay, so like that there are many options and opportunities in private as well as public sectors, keeping the health of women in center. So whatever the reasons everyone is giving based on current day lifestyle, it is really meaningless at many levels. Even in private sectors too, they give utmost freedom, they give utmost priorities, they give utmost privilege to the woman to take care of herself and to take care of the family. That has to be realized properly. So following Garbhini Paricharya, following Sutika Paricharya is mandatory. That is not only for the sake, not only for the benefit of baby, it is for the benefit of woman. So in Garbhini Paricharya, in Sharirasthana 6th chapter, it is very beautifully mentioned. How the Garbha gets nourishment. In that context, in shloka number 23, it is mentioned very beautifully. Whatever the food the woman is consuming, first it nurtures the woman, or whatever Garbhini Paricharya that has to be followed. The intention of Garbhini Paricharya is to provide pushti or poshanam, first stri, next stanya, next garbhavriddhi. It's very clearly mentioned. That's what I mentioned earlier also. For our ancestors, Stri Swasthyam was in center at most, but unfortunately we are not realizing it. So every woman should not consider or should not feel that why only me. The common question every time comes is this one: I have to take care of my child. Why only me? So that orientation of a comparison should stop first. It's me, I have to do. It's my responsibility, I have to do. It's good for me, I have to do. When this orientation comes, then yesterday you were talking about Matsarya or Asuya, right? So here that factor comes into picture, which is very important one. For self, woman has to do all these things, then certainly health will be for woman. And giving birth, having pregnancy certainly enhances the healthy status of woman if it is followed in natural way. Anything, everything which follows, which goes in the natural way, certainly provides health for women. We know for whom cancer is common, especially amongst women. You go through that, a woman who gave birth or a woman who is not married, so all the statistics are available. So when there is natural course in this course, automatically health will be for women. This is what we are supposed to realize always.
Yes, thank you very much for your response for the Parishad's question. Yeah, this is all from my side and Dr. Srivastava sir's side. Hope you will be having your procreation life in future in a good way, as it is mentioned in Sharirasthana 8th chapter. So this is all from our side. If Parishad want to ask any question, yeah, you can go with it.
They have mentioned in the same context. If you go through the context of the Dvairudya, which has been mentioned in Charaka Samhita, there we have clarification for the same. So we know how to shift the satya if it is not a pravara. So shifting avara to pravara, they have given guidelines in the context of Sutasthana 7th chapter. Navegan Dharaniyam Adhyayam, wherein we have the principle of Padamshika Krama. So we should follow that Padamshika Krama properly. Automatically what happens, it is possible for us to shift Oka Satmya, which is not conducive, to Pravara Satmya, which will be conducive. The methods are there. That's what I was talking with someone. Someone asked me the same question. A woman is very fond of Katurasa, or woman is having desire of taking much of Katurasa. So if it is during pregnancy, then we cannot neglect it, or we cannot disrespect it. So at that point of time, amongst Katurasa Dravyas, we have which are conducive, which are acceptable during Garbhini Avastha. So that Dravya has to be taken. And to counteract the adverse effects of Katurasa, we have Bhutakshira Abhyasa and all, which has to be done. So the concept of Satmya will come into picture here, and we should know how judiciously we can manipulate Satmya. Satmya has to be manipulated at that particular context.
Any more questions? Yeah, please.
That's what I said. We should check it out very properly. We should study it very properly. We come across with such situations many times. woman will be desirous of having the food habit which she was not at all following earlier. Woman will be having the desire which could not be met with many times. I want to climb the mountain, something like that, which were cannot be followed, which could not be advised also. There are 2-3 methods which we are supposed to follow. That's what I mentioned while we were talking about the prakaranas, in during which psychosomatism I mentioned one thing, right? So here comes the relevance of Sattvavajaya also. That is the reason why they have given utmost importance for Sattva and Sattvaja bhavas. Okay, if it is at the level of ahara, we have multiple options. Ahara vargas we have, and we can manipulate, we can change and we can manipulate. If she is many times she comes with the desire of eating mud, such conditions also we come across with. They say, I want to eat mud, like that only they used to tell, and they enjoy also. And many women during pregnancy, they consume mud in a very secret area because others should not know. No, this happens. We come across with such pregnant women a lot. It is not something created and we are telling. So when such situations are there, we have so many remedies. So adverse effect to counteract the adverse effects of such practices, we have many. That has to be followed, one thing. Point number 2, we are supposed to educate them in such a way that they only should withdraw from such practices. That is possible. So if we educate them properly, the impulses whatever that are coming into picture, that can be suppressed, not suppressing, that can be shifted intellectually. That is also possible. That is point number 2. Point number 3, we have Garbhini Paricharyam, which has been mentioned very specifically. Along with such practices, whatever she is demanding for, if we advise her to follow the Garbhini Paricharya very appropriately, then few desires, few wishes which are having adverse effects can be counteracted. So that depends on our intelligence, that depends on our technical management of the conditions. It can be done, it will not be a problem. That comes through practice. You will be able to do that once you get exposed to the patients, once you get exposed to the pregnant woman. You can do that, it will not be a problem. Well, we have different, as you already said, we have the dravyas like Prajasthapana, specifically Prajasthapana dravyas are mentioned there. And apart from that, there are Bhautika dravya, what I have mentioned, Rakshogna dravyas they have mentioned. There are 2-3 methods of utilizing them in the form of Dhupana, in the form of Dharana, and in the form of keeping them in a particular place. So these are all different methods. Ultimately, the very purpose of following all these things, they create the positive environment which is required for the pregnant woman. So if you tie by that also, there will be positivity. If you spread by that also, there will be possibility. Of course, if you do fumigation, then also there will be positivity. So all these dravyas are having that positive effect, because of which they have highlighted those dravyas significantly. Even snana is also mentioned there. So they are all different modalities of Daivapashraya Chikitsa which we are supposed to accept and realize. As I already mentioned, they act through Daiva. So the concept of karma we know, that has been mentioned. So that is the criteria to understand them. That is the criteria to accept them.
Ninth shloka is related with Putreshti, you are saying? Yeah, Putreshti and Pumsavana. Putreshti, yeah, Putreshti karma and Pumsavana.
As a whole, what all the rituals should be done? prior to the Garbhadhanam that has been mentioned. So once the conception took place, what has to be done? That is explained in the next context. That's what I said. So after conception, if you focus only to have healthy progeny, that is not accepted, that is not sufficient. That's what we mentioned since yesterday. So a male should be ready enough to have progeny. A female should be capable enough to have progeny. Male should be prepared well, female should be prepared well before having progeny. That is very important one. So it is not the samskara which starts after conception. Preconceptional preparations are a very important one. Those preparations are neglected these days. So we should focus on that. We should focus on them, which is very essential for us. Female should be prepared well for having progeny. Male should be prepared well to take the responsibility of progeny. Without preparing them, if they are planning to have progeny, it's meaningless. So they are giving those guidelines in this particular chapter.
I think we shall wind up with the session of this Tadvidya Sambhasha. Thank you.
Yes. Certainly it is possible. What's happening, you know? No, see, let me talk about the practicality. You might be feeling from my words that if a woman is having sufficient time, then only she can do. With other responsibilities, for example, a woman might be desirous to become Prime Minister. Now, I'm just talking about current situation. So, how she can focus on her family life? With that aspect, I think you are asking this question. See, basically, we should know what womanhood is. I'm not talking about gender. So yesterday you come across with various vikritis of Garbha, right? Narashanda, Narishanda, there were many. Okay, so you studied about all those things. So I am talking about enriching the womanhood, which is very essential to have the progeny. So it is not the current day demand which is taking women to the level of infertility. Certainly no. It is the orientation which is spoiling this process of procreation. That's what I want to convey. Point number one. You said yes, we were not exposed to PCOS or PCOD. Nowadays we have changed the name also. When we, so nice of you, thank you. So when we were students, we have not come across with even a single case. I am talking 30 years back. So there was no PCOS at all. So you Google the reasons for PCOS, then you realize why it has become common these days. Got it? You are realizing what is contributing for them. So that uterus, kshetra, the importance of kshetra, what we talked yesterday, what all we talked since 2 days. So the level of the status, the healthy condition of kshetra has been neglected to the utmost. They have not mentioned anywhere for women to sit idle. Have you gone through in the text anywhere they have mentioned that a woman should not do anything and all? Go, all of you have the text Charaka Samhita. Go to Chikitsa Sthana Vajikarana Adhyaya, second chapter. Open second chapter. Prathama Pada. Shloka number 8. Page number 390. Okay, shloka number 8, it says Shikshita. Okay, so you go through the qualities, you go through the characteristics for women, whatever that have been mentioned there. So they have not said that a woman should not do this, should not do that. It is not like rules and regulation. They have given utmost freedom for women. So it is possible to maintain profession and personal life by a woman, for the woman. It's only the mindset what's required. So connect Pumsavanam with that one. So Pumsavanam is intended to have the progeny who is having all the excellent qualities. Don't you think a woman should be courageous enough? Yes or no? Don't you think a male should be compassionate enough? That's what Pumsavana speaks about. So all qualities should be there. So for that we have Pumsavana, and all the diet and regimen, whatever we have, that has to be followed by everyone. So balancing both profession and personal life for a woman certainly is not a challenge. It's innate nature of woman, but unfortunately it is not realized. What Dr. Arhant mentioned yesterday, so in an era to compete with male, woman is forgetting womanhood. We had a teacher who was teaching us Prasuti Srirogam. She always used to tell this one. These are all hard words. So she was telling, being a woman, I am very proud about myself. I am talking about the woman who completed her HPA. By that time, post-graduation was called as HPA. She completed her post-graduation during 1960s. She was from Karnataka. She went to Jamnagar, Gujarat, and she was the first lady to complete post-graduation there. So that lady, she was telling, see, going to other state during 1960s, it was not so easy. She was taking 3 days to reach Gujarat from Karnataka. So she did PG at that time. She was telling this one. She was master in Prasuti and Stri Yoga. She did her HPA in Prasuti Stri Yoga. She was telling, so I am proud enough to be a woman. There is no need to compare myself with male at all. For me, my womanhood is priority. I don't want to compare myself with any male. I am happy with my womanhood. I feel myself unique. There is no need to compare with male because I am unique. When question of comparison comes, when two factors are having utmost similarities. So male has been designed for different purpose, female has been designed for different purpose. Why to compare? So when this mindset of comparison goes away, when that Irsha, I am not talking about Irsha is the property of woman. Please note this. When the mindset changes, then certainly what happens? It will be very easy to balance everything. It will be very easy to move ahead. So it's woman who is having utmost importance, it's woman who is having utmost scope, it's woman who is having utmost respect in Bharata, which has to be realized always. I think I answered for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making all males and females to understand their responsibility and their orientation. From today onwards, I hope it will be changing. So herewith we will be, after that, yeah. We will be there, don't worry. So we are running with short of time. So we'll be winding up here. One small activity is there. After that you can personally contact us. Yes, thank you. Thank you for Parishad for actively involving this time. Yeah, great.
Hope all of you have preserved your small sheet. Is there? Yesterday you have written something, right? Yes. So it was expectation yesterday. Today it is your experience. So you have to write down what you experienced these 2 days, what you learned, and what you suggest for us. That will be guidelines for our future. That will be guidelines for our development. That will be guidelines for our future presentation also. So you can write the suggestions. You can, my dear boys will write scoldings for me, I'll accept it. You can write whatever you want to write, but you should write because you should realize what happened these 2 days. Okay? That you have to submit. If you wish, you can write the name, otherwise need not necessary, you submit the chit.
It could. Yeah. We are heading towards the last activity of this particular session, this particular program, CharakaTattvaavabodhini. So here, everyone, please, I'll take your attention for 5 minutes, then we will be winding up this particular activity. So there are a few questions. So let us see who will be answering it. Okay. So this activity is named as CharakaChaturiyam. So keep your books open with Sharirasthana. Keep your books open with Sharirasthana. Okay. Few questions I will be posting. So immediately you have to answer. Let me see who will be answering it. Okay. The first one is Bahusandarbhanveshanam. Find the 5 reference based upon Garbha, where Garbha is mentioned. Quickly go on. At least 3. Now time is very short. At least 3. And let me see who will search that reference first. So where Garbha should be mentioned, at least 3 references. Yeah, great. 3 references. 3 references. Yeah, done. 3 references, not 1. 3 references where Garbha is mentioned. Yeah, please. Where? Which is the context? Shloka number. Shloka number 5. Just check. Shloka number 5. Garbha is there. Shloka number 10. Shloka number 22. Big round of applause for her. What's your name? Rashina. Big round of applause for Rashina. The next one is Sandarbhanvekshanam. Where is the term Mumukshu is mentioned in Sharirasthana? Where is the term Mumukshu is mentioned? I'll give a minute. Then I'll go with the answer. Let me see who will search first. Mumukshu. 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 Anybody? Mumukshu? Last 15 seconds. Mumukshu? Yeah. 5th chapter, 12th shloka. Big round of applause for Suchitra. Suchitra? Yeah. Good. The next question is match the following. Just see the screen and tell me, and let me see who will answer first. All five, all five. Raise your hand and answer all five. Raise your hands who wants to respond. Let me see who will raise your hands first. Yeah? No? Yeah? Okay. Suchitra again. Atma Sakshi, is it right? Yeah. Then? Satmeja Bhava is? Arogya, very good. Then? Soma is Prasada, very good. Then? Ojas is? Dasha Pranayatana. Prarthana is? Daurada. Big round of applause for Suchitra. Now again see the screen. So you have to, I will show a few pictures. You have to club those pictures and derive one particular word. Yeah. So you club both the pictures and tell one word. Manaso Gati. Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. Manaso Gati, Manojava. Both the things applicable. Big round of applause. I kept it for Manojava. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Likewise, another one is there. Very good. It is Atindriya. Atindriya. Big round of applause. Again. Atindriya. Next one. Yeah, what exact word? No, exact word for this. Kheta Bhuta. Big round of applause for Srivasa sir, he answered. Kheta Bhuta, okay. This one. This one. Mentioned in Sharasthana. 4th chapter. Bija Bhaga, Avayava context. This is related with a Garbha Vikriti. Anybody? Anybody? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trinaputrika. It is Trinaputrika. It is a Garbha Vikriti. Trinaputrika. Okay. Now see the screen again. You have to arrange whatever I have given here. The chapters of Sharirasthana. Raise your hands and answer. Yeah, please. Go on. Katida Purushiya Shariram. Atulya Gotriyam. Kudika Garbhavakranti. Yes, then Purusha Vichaya, Sharira Vichaya, Sharira Sankhya, finally. Yes, big round of applause for her. Yeah, the next one is again interesting. It is Sankhya Puranam. So 2 numbers in between you have to guess. So that gives a particular set of numbers that is mentioned in Sharirasthana. You have to tell whole number, whole set of 5 numbers. Yeah, go with that. Okay, one clue is that it is there in Sharira Sankhya Adhyaya. Sharira Sankhya Adhyaya. Very good, big round of applause. What's your name? Sneha. Big round of applause for Sneha. It is 29,956. What it is? Yes, vascular networks derived out of Sira, Dhamani, etc. So total number is 29,956. So the next one is rearrange the letters and very good. Bija Kshetra Sampat, where it comes? Sorry, Bija Kshetra Guna Sampacha, where it comes? Is it? Bala, big round of applause. It is Bala Vruddhikara Bhava. Bala Vruddhikara Bhava. Bija Kshetra Guna Sampacha. Next one. It is few clues I will be giving one after another. You have to answer. Let me see who will answer first. The first clue is it causes resemblance between parents and offsprings. No? No? Okay. Next is it includes maternal, paternal and karmic influences. One particular concept is there that we have discussed yesterday. No? Okay. Further, next clue. Modern science compares it with heredity. No? Okay. The next clue is it is discussed in the shlokas 26th and 27th of some chapter. If there, then find it out and let me know. Anybody? It is mentioned in the second chapter of Sharirasthana, shloka number 26 and 27. Huh? 26 and 27? No? Huh? Sarupyam. The concept of Sarupyam or Sarupata is the concept. Okay? No one said? Okay, later you refer that particular context. And the last one, we will be winding up with this. Last one, identify the personality. Bharadwaja. Where Bharadwaja mentioned in Sharirasthana? In Sharirasthana. In Sharirasthana. Huh? Sharirasthana. In Sharirasthana. Yeah, it is in 4th chapter. It is in 4th chapter. Find it out. Find it out. Yeah, thank you very much for involving actively in these 3 days of CharakaTattvaavabodhini. Here we are signing off. Please raise your hand. One hand. Please raise your one hand. Right hand. Right hand. Right hand. So say Tata and tap your back. We have done well. So with this, so we are signing off. Thank you very much. Let them, sorry, let
Hello. A very good afternoon to one and all. Every meaningful journey reaches a beautiful destination, and today we gather to celebrate the successful culmination of the 6th edition of CharakaTattvaavabodhini 2026. To formally welcome this gathering of scholars, dignitaries and delegates, I now invite Dr. Tanushri Ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Samhita, Siddhanta and Sanskrit, to deliver the welcome address.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Respected dignitaries on the dais, teaching and non-teaching staff, virtual delegates and dear students, a very good afternoon to one and all. It is my great privilege and honor to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to who all are gathered here for the valedictory function of the 6th edition of CharakaTattvaavabodhini 2026. I extend my respectful welcome to our esteemed resource persons, Dr. Srivatsa sir and Dr. Arhan sir, whose scholarly insights and inspiring sessions have enriched this academic program immensely. I cordially welcome our respected principal sir, Dr. Guraja H., whose constant encouragement and visionary leadership have been the driving force behind this successful event. Also welcome Vice Principal Madam, Dr. Shubhada, in her absence. A warm welcome to all the organizing committee members, Chairperson Dr. Shrikant sir, Secretary Dr. Divya Rani Madam and all other organizing members. I also extend my sincere welcome to our teaching, non-teaching staff and students of 2023 and 24 batch. I also extend a warm virtual welcome to all our online delegates who have joined us from different places. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each one of you and thank you for gracing this valedictory function with your esteemed presence. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A true measure of an academic endeavor lies in the learning experience and reflections shared by students. I now invite Sujitra and Megha from 23 batch to kindly come forward and share their feedbacks about this workshop.
Om Dhanvantre Namaha, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Respected Principal Sir, HOD and all other faculties of Samhita Siddhanta Department and our honorable resource persons of the past 2 days. It gives me immense pleasure to share the feedback on such a great session. Big round of applause to both the resource persons who kept us engaging. These 2 days of sessions have been truly fulfilling and enriching, and beginning this sessions with the orientation of the mind and soul, we were guided through a journey of wholesome and holistic learning. Thank you, Srivatsa sir. We felt whole, we felt that every component of me as a Purusha was addressed and was tended to through this learning experience. The resource persons empowered us to become self-reliant in reading and comprehending the Samhitas. They have enriched our confidence and they have enabled us to reach to the depth and dynamic rules of this Samhita in learning and comprehending it. Now, throughout every session, we were encouraged to think, reflect and engage actively, making the learning process deeply participative and intellectually stimulating. Thank you to Arhan sir and Srivatsa sir. We have gathered some points that our brain, our capacity could hold, and we believe that we will take it home, we will cultivate, work on it and become a better Vaidya. Thank you for all the inspiration and knowledge, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself Megha from 2nd Prof BMS. It is a great privilege and honor to stand before you all to express this experience on this 3 days workshop on this CharakaTattvaavabodhini. The session was so engaging and enriched our knowledge, inspiring us to explore the topic in greater depth. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizer, respected speakers, and providing us with this opportunity. These 3 days have been truly helpful in gaining the knowledge, and each lecture that were delivered was very thoughtfully and making the difficult concept in easy and brief way. We look forward for more such interactive classes. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Gratitude is the fairest expression of respect. May I now request our Principal, Dean and Medical Superintendent of Yanapoya Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital to kindly come forward and present the token of appreciation to our esteemed dignitaries and resource persons for their invaluable contribution towards the success of CharakaTattvaavabodhini. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Gururaja H. to kindly come forward and deliver the presidential address.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really glad to see so many students here at the end of 3rd day of CharakaTattvaavabodhini and listening to the speakers for the last 3 days. The Department of Samhita, Siddhanta and Sanskrit has taken this initiation 6 years back, and this is the 6th year they are organizing this event. I was quoting this is the effort of the department, and because of their perseverance and dedication, the program is being taken up every year, and we are trying to impart the knowledge of Samhita to the students. I know, and we all know that this is too early. It is too early to go through the Samhita in depth as a undergraduate student. But this attempt is to sensitize you all people that how important the role of Samhita in day-to-day practice or in your future practice life. It may not be relevant many a time to read the Samhitas, mere slokas, by hearting the slokas. The scholars like Dr. Srivasa and Dr. Arhant might have enlightened you in detail about the in-depth knowledge of a sloka or the chapter in these 3 days. On behalf of Yanapoya Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, a constant unit of Yanapoya DMT University, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Srivasa for being with us on this occasion. And also I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Arhant for joining us for the last 2 days. Dr. Srivasa and Dr. Arhant are being part of Yanapoya nowadays because every year they are coming and they are joining this session. This is just because of their, love and affection towards this institution and the faculty and student of this institution. Thank you once again, sir. So thank you, HOD Dr. Shrikant and organizing secretary Dr. Divyarani, the staff Dr. Tanushri, no, they are laughing. Surya and Janish. Thank you for your work for all these days. Okay. Thank you all for attending the session for last 3 days. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. As we arrive at the concluding moments of this memorable academic journey, it is time to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this success. I now invite Dr. Divya Rani, Additional Professor, Department of Samhita, Siddhanta and Sanskrit, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon all. Dignitaries on the dais, as we come to close to this 3 days national workshop, CharakaTattvaavabodhini 2026, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. First of all, I would like heartfelt gratitude to our Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, Registrar and all the statutory committee members for their complete support to conduct this event. Without Jnana this event cannot be able to successful. So I thank our distinguished resource persons, Dr. Srivatsa sir and Dr. Arun Kumar for accepting our invitation, sharing their vast knowledge, scholarly insights, their guided practical experiences. Your inspiring sessions have enriched us academically and motivated us to study the Charaka Samhita more deeply. Thank you, sir. I also thank our one more resource person, Dr. Ashwini Patil, in her absence. I express my sincere gratitude to our respected principal sir, Dr. Gururaja H, for his constant encouragement, guidance and unwavering support in conducting this workshop. Thank you, sir. I also thank our vice principal, Dr. Shubhada Viyar, in her absence. My sincere thanks to the respected HOD, Dr. Shrikant sir, for his support and planning to execute this workshop. I thank all the teaching staff and non-teaching staff present over here. I gratefully acknowledge all the organizing committee members, students of batch 23 and 24, whose dedicated efforts behind the scenes ensured the smooth conduct of every session. I also thank all the online viewers for the participation throughout these 3 days. I would also express my sincere appreciation to the IT department for their excellent technical support throughout the workshop. Our heartfelt thanks to the team responsible for the YouTube live streaming recording and photography for their dedicated efforts over all 3 days. Thank you, sir. Udara nimittam bahukrita veshaha. Every actions will be started from the food. So a heartfelt thanks to the food department for the delicious sweets and food. Finally, I express my gratitude to everyone who directly and indirectly contributed to the successful of CharakaTattvaavabodhini 2026. Let us continue, preserve, practice and propagate the timeless wisdom of Acharya Charaka in our academic and professional journey. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. As we conclude the 6th edition of CharakaTattvaavabodhini 2026, may the knowledge gained over these 3 days continue to inspire us to become compassionate physicians, dedicated scholars, and lifelong learners of Ayurveda. With gratitude in our hearts and knowledge in our minds, we formally declare the 6th edition of CharakaTattvaavabodhini 2026 successfully conducted. Thank you. I request everyone to stand for the national anthem.